The Deceitful One Chapter 91. Brian stepped out of his apartment dressed in all black as usual. He was wearing a black three-piece suit and a black trench coat. One could see a silver chain tied to the middle button of his black vest. The other end of the silver chain was connected to the pocket watch that he always carried with himself. The weather was cold, so he had also hung a dark grey muffler around his neck. He called for a public carriage and got inside after instructing the driver to head toward the factory area. The transcendent convention that he was going to was in one of the residential buildings near the factory area. This convention wasn't the same one that he had visited with Andrew and Elijah, but a different one. Over the last couple of months, he had found a few more secret gatherings through the help of his friends in the strike team. He had been visiting these secret gatherings almost once every week to look for anything of interest. Also, he had placed an order for the 2 main ingredients that he required at these gatherings, hoping anyone would come across them. The main ingredients required for the advancement to theft path rank 1 were 10 milliliters of sea colag's blood and 40 grams of dusk crab's crystal. Both belonged to transcendent creatures and hence were very difficult to find. Brian didn't request any supplementary ingredients, as most of them would be found at the local apothecary store that Livia had recommended to him. Although there was still a lot of time left for him to advance to a transcendent, it didn't hurt to be prepared beforehand. Moreover, from Livia, Brian also learned the process of preserving the ingredients of a potion recipe. This ensured that the ingredients that Brian bought wouldn't be spoiled even if he stored them for long periods of time. He drew the red curtains of the carriage window and looked out through the glass pane. Seeing the steam cars pass by on the stone-paved streets, Brian couldn't help but sigh. Times are changing. Over the past few months, steam cars had gradually replaced horse-drawn carriages. Now, most affluent people had bought steam cars for their personal use. This had become a symbol of their wealth, and if there was one thing that the wealthy liked, it was to show off their riches. A few steam car manufacturing factories had also popped up in the factory area of Damascus. This was truly the age of steam. The public carriage that Brian was currently sitting on was one of the few carriages that were still operating in the city. However, by the end of this year, the public-drawn carriages would have become even more sparse. There would be short-term job losses, but more job opportunities would be created that were previously not there. About 20 minutes later, the carriage entered the factory area and Brian asked the carriage driver to stop the carriage at the entrance of a nearby alley. The driver did as instructed and soon parked the carriage. Brian got off the carriage and his gaze landed on the driver, who was shivering from sitting outside in the cold while driving all this time. Brian felt a little apologetic as he put his hand inside his pant pocket and grabbed a bundle of cash. He then counted 5 £1 notes and handed them to the driver. "Here's a tip for the cold. Go home to your family. It's already very late," Brian stated. The driver was taken aback. He was only expecting the usual 5 pence for driving such a distance, but instead, he was given £5. His eyes began to water as he stammered, "Thank you, good sir. You're very kind," Brian replied gently with a smile. "All right, go home now." He then turned around and walked toward the depths of the alley. The carriage driver got off from his seat and bowed gratefully in Brian's direction. When he stood back up, Brian was already gone and the alley was desolate. Not thinking too much of it, the carriage driver carefully put the money inside his jacket pocket, hopped on the driver's seat, and drove back home in a joyous mood. Meanwhile, Brian had already started sprinting and taking reroutes in order to make sure no one was following him. Although there was very little chance of this happening, he still didn't want to take a risk. After running through a few alleyways and changing directions multiple times, Brian stopped behind a dumpster in a secluded alley and brought out a black robe from his pocket watch along with a white smiley mask that he had taken from Andrew. After putting them on, he then proceeded to walk to the address of the apartment where the secret gathering was going to be held. After about another 10 minutes of jogging, Brian reached the back entrance of a slightly dilapidated 4-storied residential building. The apartments in and around the factory area were usually places where workers lived. This building was also the same. Brian stood in front of the wooden back door of the apartment and knocked in a particular sequence. 2 short knocks, 2 long knocks, 1 short knock, followed by 3 long knocks. This was the secret code for entering the Transcendent Convention. He had already come here once last week, hence he knew the current secret code. A few moments later, a small rectangular section in the middle of the wooden door slid to the side and a pair of blue eyes from beyond the door carefully scrutinized the hooded Brian. Recognizing the white smiley mask, the person opened the door and let Brian in without a word. The latter slightly nodded at the gatekeeper and entered the building. The place where the secret gathering was going to take place was apartment number 4 on the first floor. Without loitering around, Brian straightaway entered the 4th room to the right. This was a very small gathering consisting of no more than a dozen people. Brian was one of the last few to enter as he quietly took his seat. A few minutes later, the convener declared, "It is time, you may begin." A burly figure in a brown robe stood up from his seat and looked around the room. His eyes then landed on Brian after recognizing his white smiley mask. "I have found 50 grams of dusk crab's crystal," he said in a deep voice. Brian was elated after suddenly hearing that one of the main ingredients for his rank 1 potion recipe was finally available for sale. Although he only needed 40 grams, having an additional 10 grams was always better. Should anything go wrong, he almost jumped to his feet in sheer excitement. However, he managed to control his emotions. He replied nonchalantly, trying his best to suppress his eagerness, "Very well, how much?" If the seller sensed any hint of enthusiasm in Brian's voice, then he would definitely charge a higher price. The seller would then be under the impression that the main ingredient was something Brian was really looking forward to. £200, the man in the brown robe replied, leaving no room for negotiation. Brian thought that the price was fair. The usual prices for the main ingredients for rank 1 were around £200, whereas the potion recipes and meditation techniques for rank 1 were around £300, and with every increase in ranks, the prices of potion recipes and mediation techniques also doubled. He pretended to hesitate for a few moments and finally replied with a defeated sigh, "Deal." The seller was happy as well after seeing that Brian had agreed to the deal. Little did he know, even if he charged 100 times the price, Brian could still afford it. Both the seller and Brian then approached the convener, who was wearing a light blue robe and was sitting on a cushioned couch. The former then respectfully gave the dusk crab's crystal, which was sealed inside a small red box, to the convener. The convener took the red box from his hand and opened the lid. Inside, there was a black-colored trigonal crystal the size of an infant's fist. The convener then brought his left index finger, which had a golden ring on it, close to the black crystal. The golden ring shone for a brief moment and then went dim. The convener then looked at Brian and nodded. "It is authentic." Brian nodded back and then turned to the brown-robed burly figure standing beside him and paid £200 in cash. "Thank you." The seller didn't bother to reply as he was too busy counting the money. Brian took back the red box that contained the dusk crab's crystal from the convener and then went back to his seat. On his way back, he was thinking about the gold ring that the convener wore, which was in fact an artifact. Over the past few secret gatherings that Brian had attended, he had come to realize that the conveners of these gatherings almost always had a rule path artifact on them. One of the abilities of this path was that of a notary. Transcendence of this path could determine the authenticity of almost everything material. The artifacts of this path could also do the same. After both Brian and the brown-robed seller got back to their respective seats, the convention continued as a lot of different items were bought and sold. Brian also bought a dozen throwing knives from one of the sellers. These knives were not artifacts, they were simply made of a very durable and sturdy kind of metal. The knives were about 6 inches long and had a ring at the bottom. Since they were just regular weapons, after constant bargaining, Brian bought them for £100. The reason why they were this expensive was because of the metal used to craft them. Looking at the hollow ring at the base of the knives, Brian had a few creative ideas about how to utilize them. He couldn't wait to try it out in the practice area of the underground HQ. About 10 minutes later, another weapon appeared that greatly piqued Brian's interest, and this time it was a legit artifact. A curvy red-robed figure got up from her seat and displayed a brown briefcase to the people present. She opened the briefcase and showed the contents inside to everyone. Inside the briefcase, atop a cyan-colored silk cloth, lay a pistol that had a silver metallic barrel and a grip whose outer casing was made of wood. The barrel had beautiful and intricate designs carved on them along with mysterious runes. When Brian saw this pistol, he had already decided on buying it regardless of how expensive it was. The red-robed lady then introduced in a sweet melodic voice, "This is a rank 1 attack-type artifact. It is made up of chrome ore along with the bark of a 500-year-old yew tree. The runes inscribed on the barrel of the pistol automatically enchant any normal bullets that are fired." She paused for a few moments, waiting for everyone to digest the information. She then added, "The runes serve two purposes. Firstly, it enchants the bullet with a penetration effect. Even if it's a 10-inch protective barrier, the bullet will penetrate it until it reaches the target. And secondly, the bullets will have an explosion effect. The more spiritual force applied, the bigger the explosion upon impact will be." A collective gasp could be heard within the room. Even the convener was slightly moved after listening to the effects of this gun. With the second effect of the runes activated, the user could effectively get the results of a cannon shot simply using this pistol. The red-robed seller was greatly satisfied with the response of the crowd as she concisely stated, £500. Attack-type rank 1 artifacts were usually sold for around £500 and would double in price with the increase in ranks. However, in secret gatherings, the price always exceeded the ideal sale price due to the bidding, and as expected, the moment the seller offered her price, the people gathered had already started to bid frantically, not wanting to be outdone by the others present. After all, with such a precious rank 1 artifact, who wouldn't want to own it? £510, £530, £550, £565, I bid £600, exclaimed a lean figure wearing a black robe as well as a mask of the same color. Upon hearing the person's bid, the rest of the people turned silent. £600 was a lot of money. Although they really fancied this pistol, no one else was willing to pay £600 or more for it. Seeing that no one else planned to bid any more, the black-robed lean figure started chuckling arrogantly as he approached the red-robed seller. However, right at that moment, Brian raised his voice, £700. Earlier, while buying the dust crab's crystal, Brian had pretended to acquiesce because he didn't want to give the seller a chance to raise the price. However, now he had shed all pretenses. He had to acquire this pistol no matter what. The black-robed lanky figure glared at Brian and spat through gritted teeth. £720. Brian scoffed. £800. You dare? The lanky figure finally lost his composure and directed his killing intent at Brian. However, the very next moment he was brutally suppressed by the convener's spiritual force as he was forced to kneel on the ground. Final warning, the convener ordered in a cold voice. The black-robed lean figure miserably knelt on the ground as he struggled to breathe. Fear crept into his heart as he thought, this guy's spiritual force is a broken bar. It's almost as strong as grandfather's. Two more black-robed figures who were standing beside him hurriedly bowed toward the convener. One of them pleaded, "Please forgive him, sir, he's young and immature." The convener, who was wearing a light blue robe and a plain white mask, retracted his spiritual force and harumphed, "For breaking the rules of the convention, you are disqualified from this bidding. If you break the rules one more time, you will be banned from this secret gathering." Then he turned to look at Brian and added, "However, you will still have to pay as per your last bid." "Fuck me, can't I pay £700? Brian cursed in his heart. However, on the surface, he nodded his head and bowed slightly. "I understand." He then walked toward the convener along with the red-robed lady in order to confirm the authenticity of the artifact and complete the transaction. The lean figure in the black robe, who had been barred from participating in the bid, gritted his teeth as he stared at Brian making the transaction. A cruel light shone in his red eyes that were hidden underneath his mask. The convention then carried on without any more disruption, and soon, about 15 minutes later, it came to an end. The people present at the secret gathering orderly left one by one at 10 to 15 minutes intervals. When it was Brian's turn to leave, many of the people present eyed him with greed. For a person to spend more than £1,000 within an hour, they had to be considered rich. However, none of them dared to make a move on Brian, not at least while they were still in the secret gathering. However, being given a 15-minute head start also gave Brian the opportunity to escape safely. Outside the gathering, he would be on his own. The convener would surely not give him a helping hand. Being stared at by a bunch of greedy transcendents and apprentices, Brian's heartbeat sped up as beads of sweat started to form on his forehead, but on the surface, he appeared calm and took steady steps out of the room. He would never give these bastards the impression that he was nervous. That would only fuel them to further take the risk of attacking him outside. After exiting the 4-storied residential building, Brian immediately began to sprint toward an alley as he tried to get as far as possible from the convention without catching anyone's attention. He just wanted to get back home and peacefully sleep under his warm blanket. However, it would seem that fate had other things in store for him tonight. As Brian was running through the dark alleys, he felt that someone was following him. He didn't halt his steps but instead acted naturally and continued to run, pretending to be oblivious. Fuck, they came after me, after all. He cursed inwardly. He could roughly make out that 3 people had locked onto him with their spiritual force. The only consolation was that none of them were transcendents. However, fighting against 3 apprentices was difficult even for a rank 1 transcendent, let alone Brian. He never underestimated his opponents even if they were regular people, let alone apprentices. His fight with Kenny Adams was just him being favored by luck. If Kenny wasn't on the verge of losing control back then, it would have been him to die instead. Brian never got complacent or arrogant after killing that rank 1 transcendent. Hence, when he realized that 3 apprentices were following him, he was more cautious than ever. He couldn't lead them back to his house or the HQ. One reason was that it was too far to simply run there, and the other was that he didn't want to disclose the locations of either of them, so he continued to sprint and lured the people following behind him into a large abandoned factory. This place was far away from the residential building where the convention was held. Moreover, since it was very late into the night, Brian didn't worry about alerting the nearby people. His only worry was that the upcoming fight would alert the people who had come out of the secret gathering. Hence, he had to make sure to get it over with as soon as possible, or escape, should the need arise. Brian stood in the middle of the abandoned warehouse, surrounded by wooden crates, rusted pieces of machinery, and iron bars that were strewn across the floor, and took a few moments to catch his breath. He then took off his black robe and threw it on the ground as he stated, "Come out, you bastards, let's get this over with quickly." However, he made sure to keep his white smiley mask on. He was not completely confident that he would be able to kill all the people that had followed after him here, so if someone were to see through his real identity, that would spell great trouble. The following moment, 3 shadowy figures stepped inside the factory and instantly surrounded Brian from the front. The 3 people at some point had already removed their masks and robes and were now glaring at Brian condescendingly. The person directly facing Brian was a lean youth who had a head full of blonde hair and red eyes. This was the same black-robed figure who had bid against Brian for the pistol earlier. He carefully observed Brian from head to toe and probed, "You don't seem to have that brown briefcase on you. Did you throw it somewhere on the way?" However, Brian did not reply. Only now did he find out that all 3 people had red eyes, members of the Holy Blood sect. He thought in his heart as he increased his vigilance against the trio. Blood Path transcendents and apprentices were very difficult to deal with as their attacks had high potency. Moreover, just like the people from the Strength Path, they were very good at close-quarter combat. The blonde youth's eyebrows furrowed after being ignored by Brian. He spat through gritted teeth. "I'll just torture you and make you talk then." He then looked at the 2 other men with him and yelled, "Everyone, attack!" The 2 men along with the blonde youth simultaneously crouched down and slammed their palms against the ground. Rank 0 spell, blood needles. 3 rows of red-colored thin needles protruded from the ground from the direction of the 3 men. When the three rows combined, the needles turned into thick spikes that raced toward Brian. Brian visibly panicked as he saw the trail of red spikes constantly being generated from the ground, and before he knew it, he was impaled by dozens of these spikes. With hatred and resentment in his eyes, he looked at the blonde youth as blood dripped from his mouth, dyeing the white masquerade along with the dozen holes on his body. Ha ha ha, turns out he was just a newly advanced apprentice. One of the brown-haired men beside the blonde youth laughed. The blonde youth, however, was puzzled as he mumbled, "Wasn't that a broken bar too easy?" And indeed it was too easy, because the next moment, the brown-haired man's decapitated head rolled toward the blonde youth's feet. The look of contempt in his lifeless eyes and the arrogant smirk on his face was still visible. The blonde youth's pupils dilated as he instantly turned his head to look at where the brown-haired youth was standing, but all he saw was a headless corpse lying on the ground as blood gushed out from its neck. "Hey Anthony, look!" the other brown-haired man called out as he pointed to the area where dozens of blood spikes still stood erected. The blonde youth, Anthony, turned his head around to take a look. He could see the blood spikes still present. However, Brian, who was supposed to be impaled and dead, had vanished. Illusion? Anthony thought in his heart in apprehension. He might be an apprentice of the illusion path. "Hurry, come closer and stand guard with your back against mine," Anthony screamed. The brown-haired man panicked as he hurriedly ran toward Anthony and did as he was instructed. Now both men had their backs against each other as they continued to rotate and surveil the area. Brian, who was hidden behind a piece of machinery and peeking at the scared duo, thought inwardly, "TSK, it was easy to take them by surprise and kill that fucker, but now a broken bar." He knew how difficult it would be to fight these two blood path apprentices, let alone kill them before anyone else showed up. The risks were too high. Furthermore, he would not allow a third party to benefit from their fight. Moreover, both of them were now extremely vigilant and already aware that Brian knew illusion path-related spells, hence, his next attack wouldn't be as effective as the first one. Without hesitation, he cast shadow concealment and nimbly fled the scene. He had already seen their faces, he would just have to kill them some other time. More importantly, they hadn't seen his face at all. As Brian exited the factory and sprinted away from the factory area, his lips curled up into a mischievous smirk as he thought, "Hee, let's see how long you fuckers can stand guard." After taking multiple reroutes and changing directions, Brian vanished into the night as the full moon hid behind the dark fluffy clouds, further aiding him in his escape. On the other side, inside the abandoned factory, 20 minutes had already passed. However, Anthony and the brown-haired man still had their backs against each other. Beads of sweat dropped from their foreheads as they nervously looked around the factory. They were afraid that Brian would attack them the minute either of them relaxed their guards. "Do you think he might have just a broken bar left?" the brown-haired man asked meekly. Anthony was dumbfounded by the other person's stupid question. He was about to berate him, but he suddenly thought that this could possibly be true. He was almost unable to suppress his anger from being deceived like this by someone whom he considered to be nothing but mere food. However, he still remembered his grandfather's teachings and didn't dare to relax until he was sure that Brian had actually left. Maintain full vigilance and slowly exit the factory. "I'll take the front, you take the back," Anthony instructed through gritted teeth, as the veins on the side of his forehead bulged from anger. The brown-haired man simply nodded, and then the duo slowly and carefully exited the factory. A broken bar, 7 Robeson Street. After taking numerous reroutes and making sure that no one had followed him, Brian finally reached his apartment more than an hour after he escaped from that factory. "Fuck me, I really need to speed up the refining process of deceit," he thought inwardly as he sat down on the couch in the living room and chugged down a bottle of water. Only now did he realize how crucial an artifact that could alter the user's face was, in escaping from enemies. After finishing the entire bottle of water and quenching his thirst from all the running he did tonight, Brian finally took out all the items that he bought tonight from his pocket watch. He first picked up the pistol and admired it for a few moments. Since it was a rank 1 artifact, It would take him about a month and a half to completely refine it, and even then, he would only be able to fire at most 3 enchanted bullets from it until his spiritual force depleted. He could only properly use this artifact when he advanced to a transcendent. However, he could fire as many normal bullets as he wanted from this pistol. Normal bullets as in bullets that aren't enchanted by the runes on the barrel of the pistol. Thinking back to the introduction that the red-robed lady had given of this pistol and its effects, Brian joked, "Kek, very well then, you shall be called hand cannon." He then took out the small red box that carried the dust crab's crystal and looked at the black color trigonal crystal for a few moments before closing the lid of the box. Brian then grabbed one of the throwing knives he bought earlier and carved 2 simple runes on the surface of the red box. These were the preservation runes that he had learned from Livia. These runes would make sure that the main ingredient would not be spoiled even if stored for long periods of time. However, the prerequisite was that Brian injects his spiritual force into these runes on a regular basis. After injecting his spiritual force into the runes, Brian kept the small red box along with hand cannon, and the dozen throwing knives back inside his silver pocket watch. He then got up from the couch, removed his clothes, and entered the bathroom to take a warm bath. After the short battle at the factory and the continuous running that followed, Brian was truly exhausted. 10 minutes later, he walked out of the bathroom naked and directly went to his bedroom. Brian then took out his pajamas from his wardrobe, put them on, and then sat in a lotus position on his bed. He took out Deceit from his pocket watch and began to refine it. What happened earlier today made him realize that if used wisely, this simple-looking greenish-brown wooden mask would really come in handy and be a lifesaver. After refining it for about 30 minutes, Brian stored Deceit back inside the pocket watch and finally entered slumber. Monday, 23rd of November 1580, Brian swung both his hands with lightning-fast speed as 4 throwing knives flew out and embedded themselves into the heads of 2 wooden dummies, 2 throwing knives per head. Bullseye. He was currently in the practice area of the underground HQ of the Silver Owls, practicing with the throwing knives that he had bought from the secret gathering a few days back. Taking out 4 more throwing knives from his pocket, Brian threw them up in the air. Following that, he produced 4 thin strands of spiritual force and tied them around the hollow rings at the base of each of the knives. Then, with just a thought, Brian controlled the spiritual force strands and made the throwing knives fly across the practice area and toward the wooden dummies. The throwing knives flew erratically, sometimes in a straight line while other times in a curved trajectory. Finally, out of the 4 throwing knives, 1 hit the wooden dummy in the chest, 1 missed the target and flew past it, while the last 2 didn't even make it halfway through the distance. Looks like 2 is the most I can control at the moment. I still need to practice more, Brian thought. This was the creative method he came up with on how to utilize the throwing knives. Through this method, Brian could effectively use multiple knives in battle and take the enemy by surprise. If there was one thing Brian really liked, it was catching the enemy off guard. As for fighting honorably, Brian disdained such useless things. In battle, there was no honor, only life and death. If fighting with underhanded methods could help keep him alive, then why the hell not? While Brian was still pondering about how to better his control of spiritual force, he heard the sound of clapping coming from behind him. He turned around and his gaze landed on Ron, who was walking toward him while still clapping. Ron exclaimed with deep admiration, "Such fine control over your spiritual force. I still can't believe you're only 18 years old. You're truly a genius, Brian." Brian smiled faintly. "Genius? Perhaps, but this is all due to the effort I put in. Even an unrivaled genius is insignificant without handwork." Ron looked at Brian deeply for a few moments and then sighed. "You're so mature for your age. It's good that you didn't let having a supreme-grade spiritual aptitude get to your head and then make you cocky." Brian simply smiled back and changed the topic. "So, what's up? Here, this letter came from the church. I was asked to hand it to you. They said that it was a telegram from Nadia." Ron took out a white envelope from the inner pocket of his brown tailored coat and handed it to Brian. Elated, Brian asked, "From Nadia, is this from my teacher?" Ron smiled. It very well might be. The envelope is still sealed. It had been exactly 3 months since Detective Watson had left Damascus and Brian hadn't heard from him ever since. Thus, he was really glad to receive this telegram. Brian took the envelope from Ron as he beamed. "Thank you for delivering this to me." Ron smiled warmly and patted Brian's shoulder. "It was no problem at all." He then took another envelope out from his coat's inner pocket and gave it to Brian. "And this is your invitation." Puzzled, Brian asked, "Invitation for what?" Ron explained, "My fiancée Tilda copyrightee, Celine, and I are throwing a small party at our house this Saturday evening. We've invited all our close friends. Now you're invited too, and I won't take no for an answer. Don't worry, I'll be there. Plus, I haven't met your fiancée Tilda copyrightee as well." Brian assured, "Good, I still have some work to finish. I'll see you around then." Ron nodded and then turned around to leave. Suddenly recalling something, Brian hurriedly said, "Wait, can you give this to the captain when he returns? I'm feeling slightly tired after going on patrol for the last 2 nights and might go home early today." "Sure thing. What is it?" Ron turned back around and asked. Brian then took out 2 pieces of folded paper from his pocket and handed them to Ron. "These are facial sketches that I drew of 2 people that I ran into last weekend. It's highly likely that they're members of the Holy Blood sect." These were the sketches of Anthony and the brown-haired man that Brian had encountered in the abandoned factory a couple of days back. Ron's expression turned solemn at the mention of the Holy Blood sect. He took the papers from Brian and unfolded them to take a look. His eyes narrowed when he saw the facial sketches of the 2 people. He then looked back at Brian and said, "You did well, Brian. I'll give this to the captain as soon as possible." Brian then pointed to the first sketch and added, "This person right here, his name is Anthony. He has blonde hair, red eyes, and a lean figure. Hope that helps." Ron nodded with a serious expression. The duo then bid their farewells and went their separate ways. Coming out of the practice area, Brian eagerly unsealed the envelope that contained the telegram and took the letter out. It was a printed letter since a telegram was a bunch of codes that were sent via telegraph and converted to text with the help of a device. With a smile etched on his face, Brian began to read, "Dearest Brian, I hope that you are in good health. I am very happy to inform you that I am finally a father. My wife, Abigail, has given birth to a baby girl. We have named her Amy. My apologies for not making it back on time. I'm afraid that it might take me even longer to return to Damascus. I thought that I would be able to come back within a month or 2, but every time I look at Amy's little face, I just can't find myself leaving so soon. Hopefully, I will return by February. Till then, make sure to meditate diligently. Winter has almost arrived. Wear warmer clothes and try to stay indoors whenever possible. Yours truly, James." The smile on Brian's face grew brighter and brighter as he finished reading the telegram. He then folded the paper, put it back inside the envelope, and then kept it in his coat's inner pocket. "Little Amy, huh? I wonder if she'll call me Big Brother Brian or Uncle Brian?" He smiled as he thought inwardly. He was truly happy that his teacher was now a father, and didn't mind at all that he wasn't able to make it back to Damascus sooner. It was understandable that he wouldn't want to leave his newborn daughter so soon. In a happy mood, he exited the HQ through the Sophia Public Library. He then called for a public carriage and instructed the driver to head to the location of the Dyke family vacation house in the suburbs. "I am coming to share my happiness with you, my slave." Brian grinned ear to ear. He looked out of the window of the public carriage and thought about all the lecherous things he was about to do to Lily. "Dyke family vacation manor, you've got to be kidding me. He's only 18 years old?" exclaimed a blonde middle-aged lady as she stared at Lily with wide eyes. This middle-aged lady, just like Lily, had light blue eyes and silky blonde hair. Her appearance was also very similar to that of Lily. She was wearing a white dress that had blue rhomboid patterns on it. The dress had a plunging neckline which showed her deep cleavage in all its glory. Currently, she was sitting in the living room and having tea with Lily. However, she was deeply shocked when she learned that Lily had been having sex with a young man almost half her age. Lily took a long drag of her cigarette and then blew the smoke out. She looked at the blonde lady sitting across from her and smirked. "Lucy, you have no idea. He is handsome, strong, and extremely pleasurable in bed." Lucy could only shake her head as a sigh escaped her lips. "Even after getting married and having a child, you're still the same as ever." Lily covered her mouth as she giggled coquettishly. "You're here for a few days, anyways. Who knows, if you're lucky enough, you might just be able to experience Brian's love." Rolling her eyes at Lily, Lucy scoffed. "Well, I do like young men, but I'm not sure if this Brian can even live up to my expectations." The next moment, a young butler with black hair and brown eyes wearing a black tailcoat suit respectfully approached the two ladies. He politely bowed beside Lily and whispered something into her ears. After listening to the young butler, Lily's eyes lit up as she muttered, "Speak of the devil." She then instructed him, "Billy, bring him in, right away." "Madame," Billy obediently replied, bowed once again, and then went back toward the entrance of the manor. Lucy's interest was piqued after seeing Lily get so excited all of a sudden. She probed, "Who is it?" Lily simply smirked. "Say, Lucy, do you wish to indulge in some lovemaking right now?" Lucy snorted, "Not in the mood. Let's go to that cafe you were talking about instead." Pursing her lips, Lily teased, "Don't be like that, my dear. It's not like we haven't shared a man before." Lucy was about to retort when she heard the sound of footsteps coming from the direction of the manor's main door. She saw Billy guiding a young man to the living room where they were currently sitting. This young man was tall and had a very attractive appearance. He had a chiseled face and a strong jawline. His handsome face was angular and had a symmetrical look, good enough to make the majority of the women lose their minds. His eyebrows were sharp and straight. This young man was wearing a well-tailored black three-piece suit, a black trench coat, and had a gray muffler hanging around his neck. As the young man walked closer to them, Lucy noticed that he had a head full of short, black, wavy hair, and his eyes were even blacker. Lily could have sworn that she had never seen someone's eyes that were this black. The moment she gazed into the eyes of this young man, her eyes lost focus, and she seemed to have fallen into a sort of trance. A moment later, she snapped out of her daze as she thought, "His eyes are so mesmerizing, I feel like he a broken bar, I could get lost in them." After bringing Brian to the living room, the butler, Billy, tactfully left. Brian bowed like a gentleman and greeted, "Good evening, ladies." He then turned to look at Lily and smiled apologetically. "Mrs. Dyke, please forgive me for coming here unannounced. No need to act so formal. Come, sit." Lily cut him off as she grabbed Brian's hand and pulled him toward her, making him sit right next to her on the couch. She then snuggled comfortably against him as she put his hand in between her thighs, close to her nether region. Lily then pressed her breasts against Brian's arm and asked jokingly, "Did you miss me so much that you had to come here impromptu?" Brian raised his eyebrows in surprise at Lily's unexpected actions. Usually, she only acted like this with him when they were alone. After all, she still had to maintain her noble and sophisticated persona in public. Lucy was even more flabbergasted. She had known Lily all her life and this was the first time she was seeing her behaving in such a way. She knew exactly how domineering Lily was with men, even with her husband, William. She didn't have such a fawning attitude. To say she was astonished would be an understatement. What has gotten into her? Is she possessed? Lucy wondered, noticing Brian's expression and then Lucy's. Lily burst into laughter as she covered her mouth. She then introduced the two of them to each other. "Brian, this is my younger sister, Lucy. She has come here from Nadir to spend a couple of days with me. And Lucy, this is Brian, the person I told you about." Lily winked at Lucy. The corner of Brian's lips couldn't help but twitch as he thought, "The person I told you about? What the hell have these sisters been talking about?" He then awkwardly smiled at Lucy and greeted, "Good evening, Madame, it is a pleasure to meet you." Lucy also forced a smile and replied, "The pleasure is all mine." Sensing the awkwardness, Lily pursed her lips as she got up. "TSK, you guys are acting so stiff. Come, let us go to the bedroom." Before Brian could even reply, Lily had already grabbed his arm and pulled him toward the staircase. She then stopped, turned around, and jokingly glared at Lucy. "Don't make me repeat myself." Lucy hesitated for a few moments but ultimately chose to follow Lily and Brian upstairs. Meanwhile, Brian, who was being dragged by Lily, thought in a daze, "Wait a minute, is this what I think it is? Am I going to be bedding the two beautiful sisters at the same time? Aha, broken but today I am truly blessed." With great anticipation, Brian entered the bedroom on the second floor of the villa along with the sisters, Lily and Lucy. He had never had a threesome before. Well, he did that night with Grace and Leah, but technically he only had sex with Leah that night and hadn't touched Grace at all. So, today would be his first ever threesome, that too with sisters, no less. Brian's lips curled up into a smirk as he stared at Lily, waiting for what she would do with her sister, Lucy, around. Lucy, on the other hand, calmly went to the couch by the floor-to-ceiling window and sat on it, seemingly not interested in whatever was about to happen. Lily ignored Lucy completely as she got down to her knees right in front of Brian. "Master, I want you to fuck me hard tonight," she said to Brian in an intoxicated manner as she unbuckled his belt. Brian didn't say anything. He simply smirked at Lily while he removed his black trench coat and then proceeded to remove his other clothes. "Master, what the fuck?" Lucy was flabbergasted once again. She was already shocked before seeing how strangely her sister, Lily, behaved toward Brian, and now she was calling him master? Lucy didn't know just what the fuck was going on as she continued to wander in her own thoughts. Meanwhile, Lily had already pulled down Brian's pants and taken his penis out of his underwear. She grabbed his penis with both hands and looked at it, completely enraptured. She first kissed the tip of his penis gently and then began to stroke it in order to harden it further. After a few moments, seeing that Brian's penis had turned completely hard, Lily gently dropped her saliva on it first in order to fully lubricate it. She then admired the thick shaft for a few seconds and then completely put it inside her mouth. Inside her mouth, Lily made sure to use her tongue and properly satisfy Brian. She then began to thrust her head back and forth as she gave Brian a sensual blowjob. Lucy, who was on the other side of the bedroom, sitting on the couch, was completely taken aback at the girth and the length of Brian's penis. So big, she thought in astonishment. Now, Lucy had been with plenty of men in her life but never had she seen a penis this big. Brian was very satisfied looking at Lucy's reaction. He couldn't help but think in vanity, "Hey, as expected of my magical penis." While he was still getting a blowjob from Lily, Brian pointed at Lucy with his right hand and curled his index finger toward himself with his palm facing upward as he beckoned her in an enchanted voice. "Come." Lucy didn't know what came over her as she slowly got up from the couch and walked toward him. At this moment, she found Brian to be extremely charming. The closer she got to Brian, the redder her face became as she saw how lean and muscular his naked body was. Soon she came and stood right next to Lily, who was entranced as she continued to move her head back and forth with Brian's penis in her mouth. Looking at Brian's penis up close, Lucy couldn't help but involuntarily start to touch her nether region. However, her gaze was interrupted as Brian gently touched her chin with his hand and brought it closer to his face. Without saying another word, he deeply kissed Lucy on the lips and used his tongue to play with hers. A few moments later, their lips parted as a bridge of saliva formed between them. Lucy stared at Brian, her eyes full of lust. Brian smiled at her and then his gaze fell on her bountiful bosom. He gently removed her white dress off her shoulders and let it fall freely. Her massive breasts were now in full view. Brian had never seen breasts this big before. Even Leah's breasts paled in comparison. Lucy's breasts were snow white in color and her nipples were a shade of vivid roseate. Brian couldn't help but stretch his hand out and gently grab them. This elicited a slight moan from Lucy. Brian ignored her as he was completely enamored by her big breasts. He now used both his hands and began to knead her breasts. He then gently pinched both her nipples, eliciting yet another moan from Lucy. He softly praised in admiration, "Beautiful." Listening to Brian's sincere praise, Lucy's heart skipped a beat as she bit her lower lip. Then, of her own accord, She got down to her knees as well and gently pulled Brian's penis out of Lily's mouth. Taken aback by the sudden interruption, Lily turned her head only to see Lucy intently staring at Brian's penis with unrestrained desire. Her lips curled up into a smirk as she thought inwardly, "Ha, told you so." She then generously allowed her younger sister to give Brian a blowjob instead as she proceeded to gently rub his scrotum. Then she brought her lips closer and began to suck one of his testicles. Meanwhile, Lucy finally managed to snap out of her daze as she put the entirety of Brian's penis inside her mouth. Brian lifted his head and moaned as he closed his eyes. He then looked down and saw the two blonde sisters serving his penis with great diligence, one giving him a blowjob while the other sucking his balls. Fucking amazing, he thought in euphoria. A few minutes later, he reminded the sisters, "I'm about to come." Lily stopped doing what she was doing and eagerly waited for Brian to shed a load all over her face. Lucy on the other hand took Brian's penis out of her mouth and began to stroke it vigorously. A few more minutes later, Brian moaned in ecstasy as he finally came. Semen ejected from his penis as it splashed on the faces of Lily and Lucy. The latter continued to stroke Brian's penis, making sure to milk out every last bit of his love juice as possible. Following that, both the sisters began to lick the semen around their lips. Then they looked at each other, brought their faces closer, and licked the semen off of each other's faces clean. Looking at the affectionate display between the sisters, Brian couldn't help but joke inwardly, "Keck, is this the so-called siblings' love?" Brian led both the sisters to the bed. He then looked at Lucy and instructed, "Lie down on the bed facing the ceiling." Lucy did as she was told and obediently lay down on the bed. Her eyes were full of anticipation. Brian then looked at Lily and smirked, "Lie down on top of her, facing her." "Yes, Master," Lily replied softly. She got on top of Lucy and started fondling her breasts. Then she started gently making out with her. Looking at the two sisters who had already begun to indulge in their carnal desires, Brian smiled as he started shaking his head. He too then got on the bed and positioned himself right in front of both the sisters' vaginas. Without waiting any longer, he viciously thrust his penis inside Lily's vagina first. "Ahilda!" Lily screamed at the top of her lungs at the sudden thrust. Her eyes rolled backward and her tongue stuck out as she grinned in a lewd manner. Brian then took his penis out, adjusted his hips, and thrust it inside Lucy's vagina this time. "Ahilda!" Lucy too screamed just like Lily, clearly not expecting Brian to put his penis inside her vagina so quickly. However, this was just the beginning. Brian continued to pull his penis out of the vagina of one sister and thrust it inside the others the following moment as he continued to fuck them both simultaneously. Both Lily and Lucy continued to scream in pleasure. They had never experienced something like this where both were being stimulated at the same time. Brian's hip thrusts got faster and faster as he continued to pound both vaginas wildly. A few minutes later, both the sisters came at the same time as they squirted plentiful love juices all over Brian. However, Brian didn't stop as he continued to fuck them even harder and faster. After about another 10 minutes, feeling that he was about to come any moment now, he grabbed Lily's hair from behind and yanked her head toward him. "Ah!" Lily yelled, not from pain but from extreme pleasure. Brian then turned her around, brought her head closer to his penis, and then shoved it inside her mouth. He then proceeded to fuck her in the mouth and a few moments later he finally shed his load straight down her throat. Lily's cheeks expanded as Brian's love juice filled her mouth. However, ultimately she managed to swallow every last bit of it. She then gave Brian a quick blowjob and licked his entire shaft clean. Brian looked at Lucy who was lying on the bed panting. Her entire body was covered in sweat which gave her skin a shining glow, making her voluptuous figure all the more alluring. Looking at her large breasts heave up and down, Brian's lips curled up into a mischievous smirk. He then whispered something into Lily's ears. Listening to Brian, Lily too started smirking. He got back on top of Lucy and positioned her vagina over her face as she got her own face on top of Lucy's vagina. The very next moment, Brian came forth and shoved his penis inside Lucy's vagina. Atilda. Lucy, who was just taking a breather a moment ago, was taken by surprise once again as she moaned loudly. Brian continued to thrust his shaft back and forth inside Lucy's vagina. Meanwhile, Lily brought her head closer and started playing with Lucy's clitoris, using her tongue. Lucy's back arched backward as her eyes rolled back. She couldn't help but scream even louder as she started to squirt. However, both Lily and Brian continued in their actions, not letting anything impede them. About 10 minutes later, Brian pulled his penis out of Lucy's vagina, raised Lily's head, and shoved it inside her mouth. Then he continued to mouth-fuck her until he came yet again. After coming 3 times in a row, Brian felt slightly lethargic as he lay down on the bed next to Lucy. He then pulled Lucy into his embrace and grabbed her large breasts. Feeling the soft yet hard boobs, Brian's shaft refused to back down. Acutely noticing this, Lily quickly got on top of Brian, held his shaft, and positioned it properly before inserting it into her vagina. Atilda, she moaned in absolute pleasure as she began riding Brian's penis like a crazed animal. Meanwhile, Brian let Lily indulge herself while he tightly squeezed Lucy's breast and brought her pink nipple closer to his mouth, and started sucking it. MMMHH. Lucy moaned happily as she shut her eyes. She then got up from Brian's embrace and sat behind his head, gently lifting his head. She then put it on her lap. Brian simply smirked and patiently waited for Lucy to do the rest of the job. Lucy then grabbed her own breasts with both her hands and squeezed them closer together. Then she bent over a little and let it hang right above Brian's head. Looking at Lucy's huge breasts covering his vision, Brian involuntarily gulped and then started to suck both her nipples at the same time. This way, the younger sister breastfed him while the elder sister continued to ride on his shaft, allowing Brian to not put in any effort at all. All he had to do was enjoy. Brian then gradually began to bite on Lucy's nipples, starting off softly and then step by step increasing the force of his bite, causing Lucy to moan incessantly. Witnessing this, Lily yearned for Brian to bite her nipples. She looked at her younger sister and stated, "Lucy, let's exchange positions." As if waiting for Lily to say this, Lucy quickly pulled back her nipples from Brian's mouth, got up, and took Lily's position. At the same time, Lily crawled toward Brian's head, portioned herself, and then put his head on her lap. Brian now began to bite on Lily's nipples wildly. He knew that she liked getting pleasure from pain, hence he bit her nipples harder than he did with Lucy right from the get-go. "Ah yes, yes, bite it harder, master," Lily screamed in ecstasy. Brian suddenly stopped what he was doing and looked at Lucy, who was about to put his shaft inside her vagina. "No, put it in your ass," he grinned devilishly. Lucy halted in her actions. A moment later, her lips curled up into a lewd smile as she positioned herself slightly and then put Brian's shaft right inside her ass. At the last moment, Brian thrust his hips upward, taking her by surprise. "Atilda," Lucy screamed at the top of her lungs. She was planning to go slow at first and didn't expect Brian to suddenly use force. She lay there in that position with Brian's shaft inside her for a few moments as her body continued to spasm from time to time. Looking at Lucy's lust-filled eyes, Brian chuckled. "Go on, now, start riding it." Lucy looked at Brian with a lustful expression as she bit her lower lip. She then started bouncing her hips up and down as she screamed incessantly. Brian saw Lucy's large breasts jiggle up and down and couldn't help but stretch out both his arms and grab them by the nipples. He then gently began to squeeze them, causing Lucy to moan even louder. Lily, who had Brian's head still placed on her lap, pursed her lips. "You likes big breasts, don't you?" Brian chuckled. "All boys do," he then added with a smirk, "but I like your thick and round ass even more." Lily started to smile as she lowered her head and started making out with Brian. The three of them continued to make love throughout the night as the moon gradually set and the sun rose. Completely exhausted, both the sisters slept soundly under the blanket, naked. It wasn't until Lily heard the sound of birds chirping outside the window did she slowly open her eyes. She rubbed her eyes and looked around. However, There was only Lucy sleeping on the bed right beside her, and Brian was nowhere to be seen. A sigh escaped her lips as she thought about what the three of them did last night. She couldn't help but involuntarily massage her vagina. MMH. Brian, a broken bar, mumbled Lucy in her sleep. Lily looked at her and started giggling. She then tapped her shoulder a few times and woke her up. Lucy opened her eyes, and the first thing she did was look for Brian. Not being able to find him, she asked her elder sister, "Where has he gone?" "I think he has already left," Lily replied. "Left? When?" Lucy probed. Lily shook her head and shrugged. "No idea, probably when we were asleep." Lucy could only sigh as she couldn't have morning sex with Brian. She then sat up on the bed, her back against the headrest, as she asked Lily, "By the way, what does Brian do?" Lily too sat up and then rested her head against Lucy's shoulder as she asked back, "Have you heard of Detective James Watson?" "You mean that famous private detective in Nadia?" Lucy inquired. Nodding her head, Lily replied, "Brian is his student." Lucy's interest was piqued. "A broken bar, so he's training to become a detective as well?" She then added, "Anyways, that doesn't matter. I wish to sleep with him again before I leave. Last night's sex was simply marvelous." Lily started to chuckle. "I told you, didn't I? He's very pleasurable in bed." Meanwhile, Brian had already reached the Silver Owl's HQ and was currently meditating in the practice area. No matter how much he fooled around, he was always serious when it came to cultivation. It was this work ethic, grit, and determination that would allow him to achieve legendary feats in the future. A broken bar inside a two-storied manor on the outskirts of Damascus. Anthony was pacing around in the living room as he waited for the arrival of his grandfather. About 10 minutes later, the main door of the manor opened and a well-built old man who had white hair and red eyes entered. He was wearing a grey three-piece suit, a black overcoat, and a top hat. Although he was old, his face was smooth and didn't have any lines or wrinkles that one would expect to see in any regular elderly person. This person was Alfredo, also known as Blood Moon in the Holy Blood sect. Anthony's eyes lit up as he saw his grandfather arrive. He ran to him and gave him a warm hug. "Grandfather." Alfredo's eyes softened as he gently patted his head. Anthony was his only living kin, hence, he doted on him greatly and also cared a lot for his well-being. He then asked, "I had to finish up some work for Master over the weekend, so I couldn't come to visit you. Was there anything important that you wished to speak with me about?" Anthony nodded his head and then recounted what happened in the abandoned factory last Friday in great detail. The more Alfredo listened, the more his eyebrows furrowed. In the end, he just shook his head in disappointment and sighed. "You have become really cocky after becoming a rank 3 apprentice." "But grandfather, it was 3 against 1, Anthony tried to justify. "And look what the results are. One is already dead and this person that you mentioned even played you guys for a fool. Worst of all, he now knows your identity while you know nothing about him." Alfredo cut him off as he sternly reprimanded him. Anthony could only bow his head and silently listen. He knew he had made a mistake, but it really irked him to recall the way that person had deceived him and made him stand there in the factory like an idiot for half an hour. Alfredo continued, "You are grounded until I find this person, and you better pray that he hasn't disclosed your appearance to anyone else." Meekly nodding his head, Anthony asked, "But how are you going to find him?" "Just tell me about the items that he bought at that secret gathering. I'll keep an eye out for anyone who is using similar items," Alfredo replied. Anthony then gave a detailed description of the appearance of the throwing knives and the pistol that Brian had bought that day. After memorizing the details, Alfredo turned around to leave. He then paused in his steps and added, "I'll send you fresh blood from time to time, but I'm warning you, Anthony, do not step out of this house." Then he left the manor, leaving behind Anthony as he tightly gripped his fists and gritted his teeth in frustration. Fuck. Saturday, 28th of November 1580. Beautiful feathery snowflakes fell from the sky as they covered the city in a blanket of white. The roofs of the various buildings seemed to be enveloped by cottony carpets. It was 4 in the evening and the sun had already hidden behind fluffy clouds as the sky turned grayish. This sudden gentle drizzle of snow had completely changed the entire landscape. One moment everything was a mix of myriad colors, the next moment it had all turned to white. It was simply magical. The people on the streets halted in their footsteps and looked up at the sky in pleasant surprise. The little children came out of their houses in delight, looking around in wonder. Damascus had finally welcomed its first snow of the year. Brian stepped out of his apartment wearing a black three-piece suit, a gray overcoat, and a black fedora hat. He looked at the surroundings and smiled faintly. Winter has arrived. He was about to take a public carriage and go to Ron's house, but now, seeing this gentle snowfall, he decided to walk and enjoy the first snow. Although it was freezing, his layers of clothing ensured that he remained warm in this weather. Walking in a slow and calm manner, Brian looked at the scenery and breathed in the fresh air as he headed toward the direction of Ron's house, which was on 11 East 23rd Street. Ron had mentioned to him on Monday that he and his fiancée copyrightee, Celine, were throwing a small party at their house. They had invited all their close friends. Brian was quite looking forward to this. Along with some of the people from the Silver Owls HQ, there would also be Celine's friends present at the party. As he walked further east from Robinson Street, Brian saw little kids playing outside on the footpath, throwing snowballs at each other while giggling away. He couldn't help but smile faintly. He recalled the first snow of 1579 and how he had to keep himself warm under the torn blanket in his small one-room apartment on Deceitful Street. Looking at how far he had come, Brian could only shake his head as a sigh escaped his lips. Nothing is permanent, a broken bar, just like the changing seasons. Every situation in life is temporary. When life is good, one should enjoy and appreciate it with open arms, and when life isn't so good, one should always remember that it will not last forever and that better days are still yet to come. The key is perseverance. He looked at the little children in warm clothes playing and thought about the kids he used to beg in the streets with back in the day. Perhaps I should take some time out to visit the needy children in the slums one of these days. Now that he had a lot of money with him, he would definitely help out those he could. After all, if he was still a child begging on the streets, he would really appreciate it if someone lent him a helping hand. Moreover, Brian always had a soft spot for the poor and needy in his heart. Hence, he wouldn't mind helping them out. Of course, he would only help out the ones that deserved it. He knew from experience how most of the poor people in the slums were in nature selfish and cutthroat. Brian continued to walk along the footpath as he pondered about his life experiences and goals for the future. This is why he liked to walk as much as he did. It allowed his thoughts to flow more naturally. About 20 minutes later, Brian finally arrived at the address given to him by Ron. He pretended to take something out from the inner pocket of his gray overcoat, when, in fact, he was looking for something within his silver pocket watch through his spiritual force. A moment later his eyes lit up, as he took out an expensive-looking wine bottle. Brian looked at it with a smirk, thinking, courtesy of Jack Brown, or was it Jeffrey Gill, Keck? His pocket watch was filled with barrels of ale and wine along with very expensive wine bottles. Naturally, he had looted this from the safes of Jack and Jeffrey. It finally came in handy. This was the first time that he had taken any sort of wine or alcohol that he had stolen out of the pocket watch. Brian never drank alone at home, afraid that he might get addicted to it. He always preferred drinking in the company of his friends. Like right now, he was planning to get absolutely drunk. He twisted the hand-turned doorbell on the main door of the two-storied house and patiently waited. A few moments later, Ron, who was wearing brown pants, a white shirt, and a black cardigan on top, opened the door. "Brian, you're finally here." Ron gave him a warm hug as he welcomed him inside. Brian replied with a smile, "Sorry for being late. I was enjoying the snow outside." "Ah, the first snow is always the most beautiful. Come in." Ron laughed. Brian stepped inside the house and gave the wine bottle to Ron. He then took off his overcoat and fedora hat and put them on the hanger. He walked toward the living room and saw dozens of people drinking and socializing with each other. Some were sitting on the couches while some just stood and talked. Noticing a few familiar faces, Brian was about to walk to them but was stopped by Ron. "Not so soon, my friend. Let me introduce you to my fiancée. Copyright E first." Ron then put his arm around Brian's shoulder as he led him to a corner of the room where a few women were drinking and laughing. "Celine, this is Brian, my new co-worker that I told you about." Ron smiled as he introduced Brian to a young lady in her 20s. This lady had a head full of long, shiny, black hair and brown eyes. She was wearing a white dress that had a bateau neckline. The hems of the skirt reached to her knees, displaying her milky white calves. Celine's eyes lit up when she saw Brian. She gave him a side hug as she smiled. "Nice to finally meet you, Brian. Ron has told me so much about you." Brian smiled and replied politely, "Hello, Miss Celine. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Celine pursed her lips and jokingly stated, "What's with the miss? You don't have to act so formally with me. Since you're Ron's friend, you're my friend as well." Chuckling, Brian raised his hands slightly in surrender. "Very well, Celine. Also, thank you and Ron for inviting me over." Ron warmly patted Brian's shoulder. "Of course, it's only natural that we invited you over." He then came closer to Brian and whispered, "By the way, those ladies around Celine are all single. Want me to help you set up a date?" Brian simply rolled his eyes at him. Fooling around with women once in a while was fine for him. However, he couldn't commit to having a relationship with them. Brian had so much on his plate already, from working with the Silver Owls to cultivating diligently in his own free time. He wasn't willing to take extra time out of his schedule to start dating girls. He felt that it was an unnecessary burden. Brian continued to make small talk with the couple. Celine also introduced him to her friends. He found that some of her friends were actually interested in him, but he politely and euphemistically refused their advances. Tonight, he just wanted to get drunk and have fun with his friends. After a certain point of drinking, if he felt like he needed a girl to spend the night with, he would think about it then. After all, past a certain alcohol consumption level, men always wanted to feel the warm embrace of another woman. Bidding them farewell for the time being, Brian then walked toward the area where he saw his friends drinking. "Henry, you're finally drinking?" Brian saw Henry sit on a couch and drink something from a glass, so he was greatly surprised. Every time he invited Henry to go out drinking with him, he always refused. Moreover, he had never seen or even heard of Henry ever drinking alcohol. Henry looked at Brian and chuckled. "It's not what you're thinking. This is simply warm water mixed with honey, the perfect drink for this cold weather." Brian's lips couldn't help but twitch as he thought, "Of course, what the hell was I even thinking?" He then walked to Andrew and Elijah, who were standing close by, and greeted them with great enthusiasm. "So, are we getting drunk tonight or what?" Andrew and Elijah gave him warm hugs one after the other. Andrew then put his arms around Brian and grinned. "Oh, we are drinking. All right, but before that, shall we play a game of poker? I'm feeling lucky today." "Och, do you wish to play poker with me? Looks like I'm getting rich tonight," Brian teased. Elijah then came closer to Brian, nudged him with his elbow, and whispered, "By the way, Brian, what do you think of Celine?" Brian looked at him strangely and replied, "Celine? I think she's quite hospitable. Why, did something happen?" Elijah replied with a hint of unease, "I don't know. When I met her earlier, the way she glanced at me, it felt as if a hungry animal was looking at me." PFFTT. Brian burst into laughter. "Eli, when was the last time you got laid? Celine's friends are single, you know. Let me be your wingman tonight and help you out." Elijah's face turned red from embarrassment. "HMPH, I have sex with women more often than you think." Brian, however, teased him with a mischievous smile. "Having sex with machines doesn't count, you flabbergasted." Elijah was about to retort but was cut off by Brian. "Ha ha ha, okay, let's go play poker. I'm just messing with you." Brian then dragged him and followed Andrew to one of the rooms on the first floor. On the way, Brian also met up with Emma and Olivia. They were also having drinks and chatting with Celine's friends. Surprisingly, Olivia was also present. However, She just sat on the couch and had her drink in a comfortable manner, not bothering to strike up a conversation with anyone. Brian walked up to her and smiled. "I'm surprised you're here." "Hey, I'm surprised I'm here too. I wouldn't have come here if Emma hadn't forced me," Livia replied languidly, chuckling. Brian replied, "Do you want to come and play some poker with us?" Livia waved her hand. "No, you guys go ahead. This place is too boring. I might just leave in a while. It has already begun to snow and sleeping is the best during such times." Brian's eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. What a sloth. He then chatted with her for a while more and then went to the room where Andrew and the rest had already gone to. He also made sure to get himself a glass of bourbon. On the way, Olivia joined him since she too liked playing cards and was also quite good at it. Emma on the other hand refused to come and went to spend time with Olivia instead. When Brian entered the room with Olivia, he found that Andrew and Elijah had already set up a round table in the room and set up 5 chairs around it. Henry was the last one to enter and then all 5 of them took their seats. Andrew took out a deck of playing cards from his pocket and started to distribute them as he said, "Same rules as before, the small blind is £1 and the big blind is £2, and most importantly, no usage of spiritual force." Everyone tacitly nodded. Brian took a sip of bourbon as he waited for his whole cards. A few moments later all the cards had been distributed and the first 3 cards of the flopper were also placed at the center of the table. Brian covertly picked up his whole cards and took a look at them. Then a strange expression appeared on his face, because the pair of cards he was dealt was the King of Spades and the Joker. "Andrew, I've been dealt the Joker." Brian waved the Joker card. "Joker? That's weird. I was sure I had removed it from the deck." "Never mind, everyone please return the cards. I'll reshuffle and distribute them again," Andrew instructed the rest of the people. A few moments later, the game of cards had begun. Almost 2 hours later, Andrew angrily got up from his seat and threw his whole cards on the table. "Fuck, Brian, are you cheating?" Olivia, who was always expressionless, now had her eyebrows furrowed together as she too looked at Brian intently. Elijah and Henry simply had dejected expressions on their faces as they continued to finish their drinks. Although they knew they would end up losing to Brian, it felt really disappointing when it did happen. Meanwhile, Brian had a smug look on his face as he grabbed all the money on the table and brought it closer to him. Completely ignoring Andrew and Olivia, he started counting the money with relish. Looking at Brian's pleased expression caused Andrew and Olivia to get even more annoyed. "Fuck this, I need a drink." Andrew stormed out of the room in frustration. HMPH, Olivia too snorted at Brian and left the room. Elijah could only shake his head as he sighed. "Brian, do you really have to sprinkle salt on their wounds by acting so smug?" This was a frequent occurrence. Every time they played, Brian would always end up winning and Andrew would always hurl curses at him although Andrew never really meant it. Brian chuckled, "Keck, I really like teasing them, especially Andrew, and it's not like they're actually mad at me." After finishing counting his money, Brian got up from his seat and gestured to Elijah and Henry, "Come, let's have a few more drinks." The trio then went back to the living room and joined the rest of the people. In his exasperation, Andrew kept chugging drink after drink. Brian couldn't help but burst into laughter when he saw this. Andrew then challenged Brian, "Brian, you son of a bitch, let's have a drinking contest. You should at least give me a chance to win back my money." Brian's lips curled up into a smirk. "Interesting, we'll bet £30 each, then?" "Hey," Andrew grinned, "you're on, punk." Elijah couldn't help but sigh as he raised his right hand to massage his temples. "You were supposed to be my wingman tonight. How are you gonna do that if you're shit-faced, Brian?" He then turned to his side to inform Henry that they might have to take care of Brian and Andrew once they got too drunk, but Henry was nowhere in sight. Elijah looked around the room for a few moments and finally found Henry, who was currently flirting with another blonde lady. His eyebrows couldn't help but start to twitch as he wondered, "Now what the fuck do I do?" A little less than an hour later, Brian and Andrew, as expected, were drunk out of their minds. At this point, they had completely forgotten about the drinking contest. That didn't matter anymore. All that mattered was if there was enough alcohol to go around for the both of them. Midway through their drinking contest, Elijah was confused as to what to do. He didn't have the guts to approach any girl. For that, he needed to be a bit drunker. So he too joined Brian and Andrew, and now, it was safe to say that he was even drunker than them. "Brian, a broken bar, you promised me to be my wingman tonight." Elijah started slurring his words as he put his arm around Brian's shoulders in order to stand straight. His alcohol capacity wasn't that great, to begin with, and drinking alongside Brian and Andrew wasn't really a good idea because they forced him to drink quickly so that he could keep up with them. Brian looked at Elijah strangely and asked, "What are you on about, Eli?" "Ha ha ha, wingman, he's asking you to be his wingman." Andrew, who was standing right next to Brian, laughed out loud as he took another swig of his drink. Brian was enlightened, then his lips curled up into a smirk as looked at Elijah. "Ilya, broken bar, come, let's all get laid, he." He then led Elijah and Andrew to where Celine's friends were chatting and drinking. These were the same girls that Celine had introduced him to at the beginning of the party. There were exactly 3 girls standing in one corner of the living room, and they were secretly glancing at Brian, Elijah, and Andrew when they were having the drinking contest. Brian had acutely noticed this at the time, even in his drunken state, and now he was finally going to strike up a conversation with them. 3 guys and 3 girls. It was as if the universe was guiding them into making love with each other. This was what went through Brian's mind as he approached the ladies. "Hello, ladies, would you like to hang out with us and have some drinks?" Brian tried his best to prevent his words from slurring as he put on a gentlemanly smile. "Sure, we'd love to," one of the ladies, who was wearing a cyan dress that had a halter neckline, replied with a bright smile. The group then introduced themselves to each other as they started to chat and drink together. Brian was the most talkative out of the bunch as he cracked a few jokes to ease up the atmosphere. Andrew too followed along. However, Elijah was too drunk to even stand straight, let alone speak. Celine, who was on the other side of the room chatting with her other friends, noticed this and couldn't help but smile playfully. She nudged Ron, who was standing beside her, with her elbow and whispered, "Looks like your co-workers will be having a lot of fun tonight." Ron followed Celine's gaze and looked at Brian, Elijah, and Andrew, who were flirting with Celine's friends. He couldn't help but chuckle. "Well, boys will be boys, let them have some fun." He then looked around for Henry. After a few moments, he found him sitting on the couch beside a blonde lady and talking happily. Seeing this, Ron couldn't help but smile warmly. Olivia had already left, and Olivia and Emma were also drinking and having fun with Celine's friends. The only person missing from the strike team was the captain, Robert. He had refused the invitation since he had some work at HQ. The party continued as people laughed and drank together, making the atmosphere inside warm and jolly. Outside, the snow continued to fall as the temperature turned colder and tempestuous. The following morning, Brian woke up with a splitting headache. He opened his groggy eyes with great effort and began to massage his temple. He then looked at the ceiling and saw an unfamiliar glass chandelier as he wondered, "Where the fuck am I?" Brian tried to sit up from his sleeping position, but suddenly he felt 2 soft mounds rubbing against his right arm. Puzzled, he looked to his right and saw a naked woman sleeping beside him. The woman had long black hair and was currently sleeping in a position such that Brian's hand was right in between her breasts. Raising his eyebrows, Brian smirked faintly as he thought, "Looks like I had quite an interesting night." He shifted his body slightly to the left to take his right hand out from between the lady's large breasts. However, the moment he shifted, he felt another pair of soft mounds touching his face on the left. Dumbfounded, Brian turned his head and was greeted by a pair of breasts that were even bigger than the one on his right. The pair of pointy pink nipples brushed against his face, and one of them even touched Brian's lips. Involuntarily, he began to suck on the nipple while he tried to remember what happened the previous night. "After we all got drunk last night, the 6 of us then went to Eli's house. He broken bar, that's right," Brian thought as he continued to gently suck on the nipple. He then looked up to see the face of the girl. She had blonde hair and pretty facial features. Brian was puzzled for a moment and then his eyes went wide as he momentarily stopped sucking. Wait a minute. Wasn't this woman supposed to be with Eli? What is she doing on the same bed as me? Brian wondered. The blonde lady, noticing Brian had stopped sucking on her nipple, subconsciously brought Brian's face closer and stuffed her nipple further inside his mouth. Still in her sleepy state, she smiled faintly as a soft moan escaped her lips. Brian shrugged and then grabbed her breast tightly as he sucked on her nipple ravenously. This caused the blonde lady to wake up. She looked down at Brian sucking on her nipple as she bit her lower lip. Her eyes full of lust, she grabbed his penis under the blanket and started stroking it. Brian looked up at her and grinned. Another round? The blonde lady simply nodded her head with an intoxicated expression. She then removed the blanket and got on top of Brian. She held his erect shaft and gently put it inside her vagina. Slowly, she started riding it. A few moments later, her movements gradually got wilder as she bounced her hip up and down on Brian's shaft. She started moaning as she gently squeezed both her nipples with her fingers, looking at the large breasts jiggling up and down. Brian grinned from ear to ear. He suddenly thrust his hip upward, causing the blonde lady to yelp and lean forward. Brian then grabbed both her breasts tightly, bringing the pink nipples closer together. He then put both her nipples inside his mouth and started sucking them with relish. Atilda, the blonde lady screamed in ecstasy. All the while, she didn't stop bouncing her hips on Brian's shaft. Hearing the sudden commotion, the black-haired lady who was laying beside Brian, opened her eyes and saw the lewd scene that was taking place. She then involuntarily started to play with her nether region. Noticing her waking up, Brian stretched out his right hand and brought her closer in his embrace. "Come, put one in my mouth," he smirked as he pointed to one of her breasts with his eyes. The black-haired lady instantly grabbed her right breast and put her nipple in Brian's mouth. Now he was simultaneously sucking on the blonde lady's left nipple and the black-haired lady's right nipple. A few minutes later, the two ladies switched positions. Now, the black-haired lady was riding on Brian's penis, whereas, the blonde lady sat on top of Brian's face and had her vagina voraciously eaten by him. Incessant moans of pleasure continued to echo inside the bedroom as the atmosphere got hot and heavy. About almost 10 minutes later, Brian gently pushed away the blonde lady away from his face and grinned. "I'm about to come any moment now. Both of you get down." The blonde lady crawled toward the black-haired lady while the latter got off Brian's penis and started jerking it off with both her hands as she got her face closer to it. Both the ladies, with great anticipation, waited for Brian to shed his load. A few moments later, he finally ejaculated. Eek! This caused both the ladies to instantly position their mouths at the top of the tip of Brian's penis as they competed for who could swallow most of his love juice. Brian grinned at this scene as he instructed, "Lick it clean, my beautiful ladies. I'm not quite done yet." With great pleasure, the black-haired lady licked Brian's shaft clean with her tongue while the blonde lady started to lick his balls. Brian then got up from the bed and instructed the blonde lady to bend over in front of him. He then told the other lady to position herself in front of the blonde lady. Grabbing his shaft, Brian thrust it inside the blonde lady's vagina, eliciting a loud moan from her. After getting more comfortable with the pounding, she then grabbed the black-haired lady's thighs and got it closer to her face as she started to suck on her vagina. Atilda, the black-haired lady's eyes rolled back as she moaned in pleasure, noticing the lecherous scene in front of him. Brian grinned as he slightly bent over, while still thrusting his penis, and started vigorously rubbing the blonde lady's clitoris with his left hand. He then used his right hand to grab one of her breasts and gently started to squeeze her nipple. Atilda, the blonde lady moaned as she stopped licking the black-haired lady's vagina momentarily. Brian then grabbed both her breasts tightly as he kneaded them into whatever shape he possibly could. He then whispered into her ears, "Don't stop, we don't want our friend here to miss out." After all, the blonde lady did as told and got back to sucking the black-haired lady's vagina once again. Another 10 minutes later, Brian took his penis out and gently grabbed the blonde lady's head. He then brought her head closer to his penis and shoved it right in. After mouth-fucking her for a few more minutes, Brian came inside her mouth. As he grabbed her head with both his hands, the blonde lady's eyes rolled back as she swallowed the entirety of Brian's love juice with a lewd expression. Moans of ecstasy continued to reverberate in the room as the three of them changed positions over and over again and continued to make love like wild animals. 30 minutes later, Brian got up from the bed and went to the bathroom to clean himself up. After getting ready and wearing his clothes, he bowed like a gentleman at the two ladies who were still lying naked on the bed, panting while their bodies were drenched in sweat. "Thank you for a great time, ladies. Farewell." With that said, he deftly left the bedroom without waiting for their response. Brian had no interest in getting to know them any further. To him, it was just a one-night stand, and he was content with things remaining the way they were. After exiting the bedroom, he recalled his memories from last night and tried to find the way out of Elijah's villa. Situated on Augustus Street, Elijah's house was a 3-storied villa and it was very big, to say the least. Brian was currently on the 2nd floor. He followed the red-carpeted corridor to the right and walked as he examined the beautiful paintings that adorned the walls. The paintings were very exquisite to look at and most of them were landscape paintings while a few of them were Elijah's family portraits. As he walked, Brian came across a room on his left and wondered, if my memory serves me right then this should be Eli's room. He walked towards the door and knocked twice. A few moments later, just when Brian was about to knock again, Elijah's voice was heard from within the room. "Come in." In a splendid mood, Brian opened the door and walked in as he greeted, "A very good morn." However, the words got stuck in his mouth when his gaze landed on Elijah. He was wearing dark blue, silk pajamas and was sitting on the floor facing the floor-to-ceiling window. From behind, his back looked hunched as he put his arms around his folded knees and looked at the view outside the window in a despondent manner. What's gotten into him? Is he depressed? Brian thought to himself as he quickened his pace and walked towards Elijah. Brian crouched down beside him and patted his shoulder. "Eli, are you okay?" Elijah turned to look at Brian and nudged his round glasses further up his nose bridge. He tried his best to not break down as he replied dejectedly, "Brian, a broken bar. Last night a broken bar. Last night what?" Brian probed. Elijah sniffed and continued, "Last night I got so drunk that my penis wouldn't stand, and the blonde woman I was with instantly left when she figured this out." He then turned his head away from Brian and looked past the window with a suicidal expression. "Fuck my life, a broken bar." Brian's lips couldn't help but twitch as he tried his best to contain his laughter. He then patted Elijah's shoulder in encouragement. "Don't worry, Eli, there are many fish in the sea. Next time, don't get this drunk, okay?" However, he joked inwardly, "I took good care of the blonde woman on your behalf, my dear friend, Keck." Finding his confidence back, Elijah nodded, "You're right, next time I'll just refrain from drinking too much. Attaboy, now get dressed." Brian took out his pocket watch and checked the time. "There's still 30 minutes to 9, we still have to go to the HQ. "All right." Elijah got up to his feet and went to his wardrobe to take his clothes out. He then went to the bathroom to get dressed. Meanwhile, Brian sat on the couch by the window and waited for Elijah. 10 minutes later, the latter got out of the bathroom and then the duo left the bedroom. Right when they exited the room, they saw Andrew also come out of the room right across from them. The three of them then made eye contact. Brian and Andrew smiled knowingly. However, Elijah turned downcast again as he mumbled, "So everyone got laid, a broken bar besides me." His shoulders slouched as he started to walk toward the stairs as if he had lost his will to live. Andrew approached Brian and asked in confusion, "What's up with Eli?" Brian sighed as he shook his head, "I'll tell you on the way." The three of them then walked down the stairs. When they reached the first floor and were about to exit the villa, a deep voice sounded from behind them, "Will you all not have any breakfast before you go?" Brian turned around and saw a middle-aged dark-skinned man who had a receding hairline. His facial features resembled Elijah's quite a lot. He was wearing brown trousers, a white shirt, and a brown vest on top as he sat by the dining table sipping tea. "Father, "We're already late for work," Elijah replied as he started to walk towards the exit. "See you later, Mr. Johnson." Andrew bid farewell to Elijah's dad and walked out of the house, stuck in an awkward situation. Brian thought, "Fuck, Eli's parents were in the house the entire time I was fucking? I hope they didn't hear it." While he was lost in thought, Elijah's father had already got up from his seat and walked towards Brian. "Brian, right?" He stretched out his right hand for a handshake as he smiled. "I'm Elijah's father, Dill Johnson." Brian snapped out of his daze as he shook Dill's hand and smiled politely. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Johnson." Dill smiled gently and stated, "Elijah has told me a lot about you. I'm really happy that you both got along so well." Ever since he was a kid, Elijah has always been bullied because of his skin color, so it fills me with great joy knowing that he has found good friends like you and Andrew. "Eli got bullied as a kid? I'm sorry to hear that. He's never told me this before." Brian was slightly taken aback. Dill sighed as he recalled the past. "Elijah's mother and I are immigrants from the southern continent. We came to Damascus before he was even born. People of my color have always been ostracized and looked down upon, especially so in the western continent, so Elijah had a hard time growing up here." Brian's eyebrows furrowed after hearing this. Growing up in the slums, although he had seen a fair share of people of color there was no racial discrimination to speak of. In the slums, people were more worried about getting food and money rather than marginalizing someone just because of their skin color. Hence, he was quite appalled by the fact that his friend, Elijah, was discriminated against. Brian looked up at Dill and assured, "Eli is one of my closest friends, whom I cherish dearly. Don't worry, Mr. Johnson, I'll always have his back." Dill's eyes softened as he patted Brian's shoulder. "I'm grateful for that, Brian. You should get going now, or you'll be late for work." Brian nodded his head with a smile and bid farewell. "It was nice meeting you, Mr. Johnson. Take care." Brian turned around and left for the exit of the villa. After walking a few steps, he halted and turned around awkwardly. "Mr. Johnson, you see a broken bar upstairs." "A broken bar?" Dill burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, it's not the first time that Elijah and Andrew have brought women into this house. Don't worry about it, the maids will take care of it." All right, thanks," Brian replied in embarrassment. He then turned around and ran out of the house. Outside the villa, in the driveway, Andrew and Elijah were sitting inside the latter's steam car as they waited for Brian. A few moments later, Brian got inside the steam car and shut the door behind him. Elijah looked at him and inquired, "What took you so long?" Brian smiled, "I was just having a chat with your father. It's the first time I'm meeting him, after all." Elijah nodded his head and then instructed his chauffeur to head to Sophia Public Library. The chauffeur started the car engine and the boiler began to rumble. A moment later, smoke spewed out from the exhaust pipe at the back as the steam car started to move toward its destination, gradually picking up speed. This was the first time that Brian was traveling in a steam car, hence, he looked around at the interior with curiosity. The insides of the steam car were very similar to normal horse-drawn carriages. There were two cushioned seating areas facing each other, a window with curtains on the right and the car's door on the left. Brian drew the window curtains and looked out at the scenery that was passing by quickly as he muttered, "This car sure is fast, much faster than a horse-drawn carriage." Of course, quick short-distance transportation is the main selling point of the steam car. Moreover, there will already be a new model that will be released before the end of the year, Elijah replied as he nudged his round eyeglasses. "A new model?" Brian's interest was piqued. "How did you come to know this?" Elijah replied smugly, "My father has partnered up with a car manufacturing company from the Hephaestus Kingdom, and last month, he opened up a steam car assembling factory here in Damascus, so you could say I have some insider information." Brian and Andrew were both surprised. They knew that Elijah was wealthy but they didn't know he was this wealthy. Setting up a factory in Damascus plus partnering up with a car manufacturing company from a neighboring kingdom required a large amount of wealth as well as influence. "Eli, if you're so rich, what's the reason for you to join the Silver Owls?" Brian asked, feeling a bit puzzled. "The reason?" Elijah smiled. "It's simple, really. I love machinery and building things. My dream is to one day join the Deceitful Research Institute in the capital of the empire, Stranver City." Andrew, feeling even more puzzled, asked, "But what's joining the Silver Owls got to do with the Deceitful Research Institute?" Elijah chuckled. "You geese may not know, but the Deceitful Research Institute is jointly funded and operated by the royal family of the Deceitful Empire, the Church of Wisdom, and the Church of Craftsmanship." "Really?" Andrew was surprised. "He's right. This is what my teacher told me as well," Brian chimed in. Elijah then continued, "So being part of the Silver Owls makes my chances of getting accepted at the Research Institute very high. Moreover, the higher-ups of the Deceitful Research Institute consist of transcendents only, so I'm sure they wouldn't refuse a transcendent who has been a part of the Church of Wisdom to join them." Both Brian and Andrew nodded in understanding. It was only now that Brian understood the influence and power that transcendents wielded. The Deceitful Research Institute was the driving factor behind the industrialization of the Western continent. Unsurprisingly, it was run by transcendents. The three churches had their own domains in the Western continent, and they could even be said to be one of the pillars upon which the continent stood. Brian even speculated that the royal family of the Three Kingdoms, as well as the Deceitful Empire, had extremely high possibilities of having transcendents. Grace's family was an aristocratic family, and her grandfather, Robert Wilson, held the title of Count in the Belize Kingdom. If a count's family could be a transcendent family, who's to say that the various royal families wouldn't be? Brian got goosebumps just thinking about it. Wouldn't this mean that transcendents secretly run the entire Western continent from the shadows? If the Western continent is like this, what about the other two continents and the Eastern Islands? And there's the mysterious Northern continent which we know nothing about. Wait, perhaps the entire world is secretly run by transcendents. Brian's hair stood on end when he came to this conclusion that was very likely to be true. Noticing Brian's unusual expression, Andrew inquired, "What's wrong? Are you all right?" Brian snapped out of his reverie. He then shared his speculations with Andrew and Elijah. After he finished explaining, almost a minute of silence ensued inside the car. Elijah was the first one to break the silence as he chuckled. "Well, lucky for us, we are transcendents." He then looked at Brian and added, "And you'll be a transcendent soon. No point in thinking about all this now. When we advance to higher ranks, we can think about it then." Brian nodded. However, he had complicated feelings about it. On one hand, he felt lucky to be given a chance to become a transcendent and be part of this world. On the other hand, he felt a lingering fear of it. If his time living in the slums taught him anything, it was that the world was a cruel place to live in and that people almost always worked for their own benefit. Even in the Book of Medici, Brian's great ancestor had specifically stated that the only truth in this world was to use others for one's own benefit. If the lowest rung of society of the slums was already so cutthroat, how cruel and merciless would the transcendent world be? All this time he only thought about the mysteries and the wonders of the transcendent world, but today, he came to realize the possible ruthlessness of it. Brian clenched his fists as the yearning to get stronger grew fiercely in his heart. He had to at least be strong enough in order to protect himself and those he cherished. Thursday, 3rd of December 1580. It was an hour before sunset. A blanket of snow covering the trees, the streets, and the various buildings came to view as Brian exited the Sophia Public Library. He pulled the center front of his overcoat closer together as Brian exhaled smoke from his mouth. This wasn't the smoke from cigarettes but water vapor or steam, if you like. The cold air stung Brian's cheeks as he pulled his gray muffler closer to his face. The temperature had gotten even colder in December. If he didn't have work today, he would have never stepped out of the house. Brian started to walk toward the farmer's market, his hands balled up inside the pocket of his overcoat. He didn't feel like taking out a cigarette and smoking because his fingers would start to feel cold the moment he took them out of his pocket. The groceries in his apartment were almost over, so he had to make this trip to stock up again. and this time he planned to get a surplus amount of groceries so that he didn't need to come out more often for grocery runs in this cold weather. Brian found it surprising how quiet the surroundings seemed. The only thing he could hear was the sound of his black boots scrunching in the snow. The smell, however, was surprisingly fresh and clean, unlike the usual pungent odor of the black smoke that spewed out from the factory chimneys. Brian took a deep breath of the cold air as he walked and thought, so peaceful. After about a 15-minute walk, he came across Graham's clothing store. He stopped and looked at it as he recalled the time when Detective Watson had given him money for showing him around the city when the latter had first arrived. This garment store was close to the slums and the farmers' market and sold cheap clothes for workers and low-class people. He remembered how happy he was when he had bought a new pair of clothes from this store after getting paid £2 by Detective Watson that day. Brian then looked in the distance where a bunch of kids huddled around a brown barrel that was burning at the center. They wore ragtag clothes and most of them were torn and stitched up. These poor kids tried their best to be as close to the burning barrel in order to keep themselves warm in this cold weather. Looking at them struggling to remain warm, a sigh escaped Brian's lips. He then decisively went inside Graham's clothing store. A few minutes later, he came out of the store carrying about a dozen woolen blankets. The blankets had stacked up so high, he was barely able to see what was in front of him. Brian then approached the raggedy little kids and smiled. "Everyone, I have gifts for you." The kids turned around and saw Brian, who was holding so many blankets. Their eyes lit up as they surrounded him. "Wow, so many blankets. They look so warm. Mister, can I have one?" Me, I want one too." "Me too." Brian's eyes softened as he smiled warmly at the kids who had surrounded him and were looking at him with bright eyes. But right at that moment, another boy, the eldest of the bunch around the age of 12 or 13, stopped all the kids from approaching Brian and shouted, "Everyone, get back!" Then he walked in front of the group, as if shielding them, and looked into Brian's eyes with suspicion. "What do you want? You can't fool me." The boy had black hair and brown eyes. He was wearing brown pants, a black t-shirt, and a stitched-up jacket on top. But these clothes couldn't stop the cold from invading as he kept shivering from time to time. He maintained a distance from Brian as he looked at him with wariness. Brian's heart ached at the sight of this. The boy was so young in age, yet the distrust in his eyes was not something that was common in young children. What must he have gone through to have those eyes? Brian wondered. "I don't want anything from you kids. Like I said, these blankets are a gift." Brian replied gently. "I don't believe you. Don't lie to me." The boy snapped back as he stared angrily at Brian, almost as if he was cursing him for trying to play tricks on all the kids and giving them false hope. Brian didn't know what to do as a sigh escaped his lips. He crouched down and put the stacks of blankets near the brown burn barrel. "I'm going to keep this here. I'll be back in a minute." He then turned around and went to the grocery store that was situated a few meters behind. On the footpath, the little kids looked at Brian entering the grocery store, then at the boy with black hair. One of them pulled his jacket and asked with a grumpy face, "Jamie, that mister was so nice to us. Why can't we take these blankets? It's so cold." Jamie turned to look at the young boy as his eyes softened. "Abe, you can't trust these rich people. He must want something from us in return." "But it gets so cold at home here." Broken bar. Another little girl spoke softly as her eyes began to tear up. "I have an idea. Shall we steal it and run before he returns?" said the youngest of the group. When Jamie heard this, he turned silent and hesitated for a long time, but ultimately he decided against it. "If we steal this and that guy finds us later, we might get into even more trouble. It's best to just leave," he thought. Right when Jamie was about to instruct the kids to leave, Brian came out of the grocery store with 2 brown paper bags full of baguettes. "Wow! Look, so many long breads." A little boy's eyes shone as he started to drool. "I haven't had anything since yesterday." "Let's go to that mister." The little girl who spoke earlier had already rushed toward Brian. "No, don't," Jamie shouted. However, it fell on deaf ears as the remaining 5 kids had already started to follow the little girl. Jamie gritted his teeth and followed after them. He looked Brian right in the eye and yelled, What are you trying to do? What do you want?" Brian distributed the 2 brown bags to the kids. He then looked at Jamie and replied, "As I said before, I don't want anything. I simply wanted to give you guys some food and clothes." "Lies," Jamie snapped. "You rich folks can't be trusted at all. All you like to do is gloat at our misfortune." Looks like he's had some bad encounters with some of the wealthy people. Brian sighed inwardly. Well, he's not wrong. Some rich people do like to belittle the poor. He then crouched down in front of Jamie and asked, "Would you believe me if I said I too was once like you?" "What do you mean?" Jamie asked dubiously. Brian pointed towards the slums and replied, "What I mean is, not long ago I too once lived there. In fact, I've lived most of my life dwelling in the slums and begging for sustenance. You expect me to believe you when you wear such fancy clothes and speak like those rich men?" Jamie had had enough of it. He then instructed the other kids, "Everyone, stop eating that. I lived at Unit 76 in Nasera for 3 years before getting evicted. Then I shared a room with 5 other people in Manouche, the large dumpsters situated 2 blocks away from this grocery store. That's where I used to scrounge for leftover food." Brian cut off Jamie. He looked at the dumbfounded expression of Jamie and continued, "The Arus landfill bordering the slums, on the outskirts of the city, is where I used to look for used items to sell in the black market." The more Jamie heard, the more shocked he became. After all, this wasn't knowledge a wealthy person should be familiar with at all. However, Brian was not done speaking. "Most of my time I begged on Phillip Lane and during the morning time at the farmer's market when it was crowded the most. After saving enough money over a long period of time, I was then able to afford a 1-bedroom apartment on Robinson Street, right by the slums, where I lived for almost a year. Now, do you believe me?" Jamie was wide-eyed. His mouth was agape and he didn't know how to reply. After a long time, he asked Brian, however. This time his tone was much less aggressive, "Why are you doing this?" Brian smiled gently, "Because you more than any can understand the difficulties you are going through." Jamie tightly clenched his fists and looked down at the snow beneath his feet. His eyes began to water as he tried his best to not shed any tears. "Thank you," he said meekly. Brian smiled, stretched his hand out, and ruffled his hair. "Take the food and blankets home to your parents." Jamie rubbed his eyes and looked at Brian. "We don't have any parents." For a moment, Brian felt as if he was looking at his past self. The only difference was, during his time in the slums, he was all alone. "Do you have any elders at home? Or are you the one who looks after these kids?" Brian inquired. Jamie nodded his head. "Big Sister Ella is the one who looks after the 7 of us." "Very well, take these things to her. As for the extra blankets, you can give them to those who need them or just keep them with yourself." Brian smiled. "Okay." Jamie nodded, then he hesitated for a moment and asked, "Mister, how did you get out of the slums?" Brian recalled the time when he had tried to con Detective Watson into giving him a job. The first time he met him, he couldn't help but smile as he replied, "I had a fortunate encounter." "Fortunate encounter?" A broken bar. Jamie was silent for a long time. He then looked into Brian's eyes and stated, "I cannot accept these blankets and food from you for free. Let me work for you. If you really understand the difficulties I'm going through, then give me a job that pays regularly." Brian's lips curled up into a smirk as he thought, "Oh, at least, you have the ability to work toward long-term gains instead of short-term benefits. Not bad." Rubbing his chin with his right hand, he began thinking about any specific work that he could give to Jamie. His eyes lit up as he thought of the long-term mission that the captain had given him. Brian looked at Jamie and asked solemnly, "If I give you a job to do, will you carry it out seriously?" "I'll do anything," Jamie replied instantly, without an ounce of hesitation. "Then I want you to murder 5 middle-aged men and bring their heads to me," Brian stated as he grinned maniacally. Jamie's eyes widened in fear as he subconsciously took a step back. PFFT. Looking at Jamie's expression, Brian burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding, but the look on your face was really funny." Jamie's lips twitched and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Whom did I get myself involved with? But on a serious note, have you heard of the people going missing in the slums lately? Brian asked. Jamie turned solemn as he nodded. It has been happening for quite some time. There have been police patrolling the slums most nights, but the disappearances haven't reduced at all. I see, Brian remarked. What I need you to do is keep tabs on all the disappearances that are happening in the slums. You don't have to proactively go around looking for information about this. Just asking from other people around you and gathering intel will do. Do you understand? Jamie asked skeptically. That's all? Yes, and refrain from going out of your house at night. Speaking of which, where do you guys live currently? Brian asked. In one of the units in Manoj, Jamie replied succinctly, not willing to divulge too much information. After all, he had only just met Brian. Brian nodded his head. He then took out a thick stack of cash from his pocket, counted 5 £1 notes, and gave it to Jamie. Consider this your advance. Take these kids and your big sister and move out of Manoj. Find an apartment somewhere on Robinson Street. Although that area is still considered to be in the slums, it is by far the safest. Looking at the 5 £1 notes, Jamie was dumbfounded. Are you serious? Brian tilted his head and looked at Jamie. Is that less than what you expected? No, no. Jamie waved his hand frantically. This is too much for the work that I would be doing. Brian chuckled. It's all right. If you do your work properly, I'll even give you a bonus. Jamie looked at the 5 notes for a long time and then carefully put them in his jacket's inner pocket. He had never had so much money on himself before, so he made sure to keep it safe. He then looked at Brian and said gratefully, "Thank you." Brian smiled. "No problem. Take the kids and go home. And don't forget what I said, move out as soon as possible." Jamie nodded and then instructed the kids to follow him back to their house. The kids all thanked Brian and waved him goodbye in a jolly mood. Jamie suddenly looked at Brian and asked, "I forgot to ask your name, boss." Brian smiled gently and replied, "Brian." Jamie, for the first time today, smiled back, "I'm Jamie. By the way, how do I find you?" "Don't worry, I'll find you. Get going now. It's not a good idea for kids to stay out of home after dark, especially in the slums." Brian replied, "Understood, boss. I'll see you later." Jamie then led the kids back to their house. "Boss, huh?" Brian felt a little reminiscent and was reminded of how he used to address his teacher in the beginning. Smiling, he watched them leave until they disappeared from view, amidst the crowd, and then his smile vanished as his eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing through them. During the entire time Brian was talking to Jamie, he had noticed quite a few of these beggars who were eyeing the food and blanketer with bad intentions, of course, and most of these guys were drug addicts, as could be seen from their pale skin, dilated pupils, unkempt appearance, and the way they were fidgeting incessantly. Brian had encountered a lot of these addicts back in the day. They would do anything for food, money, and above all else, substance. Now that they had seen him giving food and blankets to Jamie and the kids, it was his duty to ensure that the kids were safe, now and in the future. If he didn't take care of these drug addicts now, they would only cause more trouble for the kids later on, and Brian did not have a shred of sympathy or pity for these useless scums. After all, in the past, he had been robbed by them quite a few times, and in a few instances he was even almost killed. Brian silently entered a nearby alley and completely vanished in the dark. Night had already fallen and the lighting in the slums was poor. To begin with, it was the perfect place for murder. Nimbly, Brian climbed the roof of a house beside the grocery store. He then leapt from building to building as he covertly followed Jamie and the kids. More precisely, he was following the 6 men that were closing in on them. Brian stood at the edge of the rooftop of a 1-story unit as he looked down on one of the beggars who was approaching. Timing it perfectly, he jumped down and landed right behind the beggar. Before the latter could turn around, Brian grabbed his head from behind. His left hand grabbed the temple and his right hand grabbed the chin. He then viciously twisted it clockwise. Crack! The beggar fell limply on the snow that had accumulated on the narrow streets of the slums. Brian didn't even cast a glance at him as he cast shadow concealment and ran towards the next person. Footprints on the snow appeared out of nowhere, but no one was in sight. Brian had already completely hidden in the shadows. Soon, Brian reached the second person from behind. He stretched out his right hand and slammed the person's face to the ground. The next moment, a thin blade extended from underneath his wrist and stabbed the beggar's cranium as blood dyed the snow a dark shade of red. Brian then moved on to the next person. His next victims moved in pairs as they ignored the surroundings and hungrily eyed Jamie and the kids who were walking while chatting and giggling. Brian felt that he didn't even need to use shadow concealment in the first place. However, it was not in his nature to take any unnecessary risks. He always liked to be prepared. No matter how weak the enemy was, he would go all out. He wouldn't go easy on them just because they were regular people. Soon, these two beggars also shared the same fate as the one before them. Now, only two remained. One was close by. However, the last beggar had almost caught up to the kids. Brian increased his speed as he approached the next person. This next person was under the influence of some substance as he couldn't even walk straight. It was another easy kill for Brian as the narrow blade pierced the beggar's throat. Brian didn't bother to hide any of the bodies. This was the slum after all. People died here almost every day. These bodies would be found the next morning and thrown into the landfill. If they were lucky, they would be buried. Here, no one cared. The people in the slums were all abandoned. This was their fate. The last person was only a few steps away from Jamie and the kids. Even if Brian ran at his fastest speed, he wouldn't make it in time before the beggar made a move. Brian extended his spiritual force inside his pocket watch, and the next moment, a throwing knife appeared in his hand. He then swung his right arm and threw the knife straight at the last beggar's neck. The knife accurately embedded itself in the latter's throat, and with a thud, the beggar fell face down. Alarmed, Jamie looked behind, afraid that someone would come and steal the food and blankets from him. However, when he turned around, the alley was empty. Only the gas lamp that was embedded in the wall of a certain house kept flickering. Strange ear broken bar. I thought I heard something, Jamie muttered under his breath. A little girl beside him urged, Jamie, what are you waiting for? Let's go. I'm feeling cold. Yes, let's go home and have that tasty bread. I'm very hungry. Another kid chimed in. Jamie turned back to look at the little kids and smiled gently. Yes, let's go home. Tonight, we'll fill our bellies and sleep under a warm blanket. He then took the kids and entered a small dilapidated house just a few meters away. Before shutting the door, he looked around once more. He was sure that he had heard something back then. Not noticing anything, he finally shut the door. Brian came out of the shadows holding the bloodied neck of the last beggar as he saw the kids get inside their house safely. He then threw the dead person to the side and wiped his hand clean with a napkin. Melding back into the shadows, he left the slums silently, just like he came. Friday, 10th of December 1580. The sunrise crisply shone on the snowy streets of Damascus, bringing with it a deluge of early morning activities. Workers could be seen shoveling the snow on the streets, making sure that the steam cars along with a few horse-drawn carriages had a clear path for transport. The light of dawn seeped into Brian's apartment as he slowly opened his bleary eyes. He removed the blanket that was on top of him, got up from the bed, and walked to the window. A shade of rosy hue decorated the morning sky as the sun gradually rose. Today was yet another off day for Brian, and like always, he was planning to spend it at home. Brian turned around and then walked toward his bathroom to freshen up. He was ready to begin his day. 10 minutes later, after having taken a warm bath, Brian exited the bathroom with a white towel tied around his waist. He went to the wardrobe in his bedroom and took out another clean pair of white pajamas to wear. After getting dressed, he headed to the kitchen to cook himself some breakfast. He almost always had eggs, bacon, and bread in the morning, and today would be no different. Another 10 minutes later, a delicious aroma wafted out from the kitchen. A few minutes following that, Brian exited the kitchen with 2 plates in his hand and an eager expression on his face. He had cooked 2 sunny sides up, cut up half a piece of baguette, and 4 strips of fried bacon. He picked up the cutleries and dug in with great enjoyment. As he was eating, he planned out his activities for the day, which consisted of meditating, refining the mask, deceit, and then meditating again. Brian was going to make the most of his day off from work by being productive and, of course, staying warm. After finishing his breakfast, he washed the plates in the sink and hopped onto his bed. Sitting in a lotus position, he calmed his mind by taking a few deep breaths first. A few moments later, he entered a trance-like state as the energy particles in the air swirled around him and gradually entered his mind. He had now begun the process of carving mind runes. Meditation was a tedious process, and the more one advanced, the longer it took to carve the mind runes, because after each rank the mind runes became more and more detailed and one required extremely high concentration and precision to carve them. With each mind rune the spiritual force increased. In the apprentice stage, one had to carve a total of 54 mind runes, 9 runes for rank 1, 18 runes for rank 2, and finally 27 runes for rank 3. After one has carved 54 mind runes, they would then have to combine the 54 mind runes into one and fuse it with their soul. This would result in the formation of the Sea of Consciousness. This was one of the 2 criteria to advance to a transcendent. The second criterion was the rank 1 potion. Only when these 2 requirements were met would the apprentice transcend the mortal flesh and truly become a transcendent. Of course, one could still become a transcendent by directly drinking the rank 1 potion and completely ignoring the meditation technique. However, this had latent risks. The mental imprint brought about by the potion would turn the transcendent into the very monster whose ingredients were used to concoct the potion, like the case with Kenny Adams. That is why meditation techniques and potions were considered the 2 sides of the same coin. Meditation techniques strengthened the soul whereas potions strengthened the body, forming the perfect balance. After a peaceful 3-hour-long meditation, Brian opened his eyes which shone like dark gems. He thoroughly examined the mind rune he had just carved and smiled. I have finally carved the 40th mind rune, another 14 to go and I can finally advance become a transcendent. He thought gleefully. Brian then got off the bed and did some stretching. After sitting in the same position for over 3 hours, his joints felt a little stiff. After stretching for a few minutes, Brian got back on the bed and sat down in a lotus position once again. He then took out Deceit from his silver pocket watch. The refinement process for this artifact took a long time, and there were still a few more months to go before Brian completely refined this mask, as expected of a god-level artifact. If it wasn't for me being a descendant of Medici, I would have never been able to refine it, not until I became a high-string transcendent, at least. Brian thought in his heart. He then held the mask with both his hand and began to inject spiritual force in order to refine it, but right at the moment, he heard someone knock on his door. Knock knock knock. Brian's eyebrows furrowed as he wasn't expecting anyone to visit him today. He deftly put Deceit back into the pocket watch and took out hand cannon from it after. He then walked towards the door and asked, "Who is it?" "Brian, it's me," Elijah answered from outside the door. However, Brian still didn't put down his guard. He walked closer to the door, extended his spiritual force out of his body, and checked outside the door. Through his embryonic form of spiritual sense, he could vaguely see 2 figures standing outside, and he recognized these 2 figures. Relieved, Brian finally let down his guard and opened the door. Elijah and Andrew entered Brian's apartment. This wasn't the first time they were visiting, so with great familiarity they walked to the living room. However, they didn't take a seat. Andrew noticed the pistol Brian was holding as he closed the door and couldn't help but ask, "You're so vigilant, even at home?" Brian pointed to the ground with the pistol and shrugged. "There's no helping it. Did you forget? Someone tried to assassinate me right in this apartment." Andrew chuckled. "Fair enough. Anyways, why are you guys here?" Brian inquired as he put away the pistol. Elijah replied solemnly, "There's an emergency." It had been more than 3 months since Brian joined the Silverowls. However, this was the first time that he had been called for an emergency. He furrowed his eyebrows as he asked, "What is it?" Elijah replied, Some guy who had just lost his family tried to revive and summon them back using a dark ritual, and as expected, it backfired. Dark ritual? Brian was alarmed. How did he even have access to that in the first place? Rituals, where the sacrifice was made to the evil gods, were known as dark rituals. The outcome of such rituals was always disastrous, to say the least. In the slight chance that the ritual did work out in favor of the caster, it was very likely that this was what the evil god wanted in the first place and that the caster was still under the machinations of that deity. Hence, in the transcendent world, apart from the believers of the evil gods, no one would even dare to hold a dark ritual. Perhaps, only a fool would, or someone who had no idea what they were getting into. This time Andrew replied, "We don't know for sure how this person came in contact with such a forbidden ritual. Captain is already at the scene as we speak. We need to reach there as soon as possible. I'll brief you on the way." Brian nodded and didn't ask anything further. If this was an emergency, then time was of the essence, but he grumbled inwardly, "Fuck me, there goes my off day. I'm only an apprentice, why must you involve me in this case?" He deftly walked to the wardrobe in his bedroom and took out his clothes. While Andrew and Elijah waited in the living room, Brian quickly put on his black three-piece suit and then wore a black trench coat over it. He then took out his brown-colored leather underarm holster from the wardrobe and put it on as well. After grabbing his silver pocket watch that was kept on the bedside table, Brian looked at Andrew and Elijah, and nodded. "I'm ready, let's go." The three of them then proceeded to leave Brian's apartment. On his way out, Brian grabbed the black fedora hat that was kept on the coat hanger and put it on. He then locked the door behind him and exited the apartment building. Outside, a black steam car was parked right in front of the entrance of 7 Robinson Street. The Silver Owls naturally owned a few steam cars and this was one of them. After the trio got inside the car, Elijah instructed the chauffeur to drive to their destination. "Where are we headed?" Brian asked. 304 West 14th Street. "It's the middle-class neighborhood," Andrew answered. Brian nodded and then inquired, "So what do we know about this case?" Andrew replied, "The person's name is Ricky Halpert. About more than a month ago, in a robbery incident, he lost his wife and 6-year-old son. After that incident, his neighbors had complained to the police that Ricky was not in the right state of mind as they would hear him laugh, cry, and scream in the middle of the night." Elijah then chimed in, "And then people started to go missing. First, it was the neighbors' pets and then the neighbors themselves. After the police started to investigate the case, some of them started to go missing as well. Anyone who entered Ricky's house would never come back out, and that's when this case was handed to us." Brian was puzzled as he asked, "But how does all this tie Ricky Halpert to the dark ritual?" Andrew and Elijah looked at each other, then the former explained, "Because, after a point of time, Ricky started claiming that his wife and son were alive and that they were hungry. Ever since then, he had been desperately kidnapping nearby people and dragging them to his house, as seen by witnesses." Brian was even more confused, "But that still doesn't confirm that Ricky had used a dark ritual, does it?" Elijah stated, "That doesn't, but divination does." Brian raised his eyebrows and finally came to a realization. "Ah, I see. The captain personally divined the situation and came to the conclusion that Ricky had engaged in the usage of a forbidden ritual to revive his family. That's why he has personally come for this case." Andrew added, "The captain of the Silver Owls, Robert Albright, was a rank 2 transcendent of the wisdom path, so naturally, he was good at divination." TSK, divination sure is convenient. I wonder if theft path transcendents can do that. Probably not. Brian wondered as he rubbed his chin, then he thought of something and his eyebrows couldn't help but furrow. If this case is so dangerous, then why did the captain summon me? Wouldn't I just be a burden? Plus, it's so cold outside. Fuck. He added inwardly. Both Elijah and Andrew started to chuckle. The former then stated, "Relax, you won't have to do much. The reason why Captain decided to call you as well is so that you can broaden your horizons and experience this sort of stuff." Andrew nodded as well. "That's right. Who knows, You might even face something like this in the future and none of us might be there to help, so it's better to always know how to deal with such situations." Brian nodded as he felt that this made sense. However, he still felt a little grouchy about it. "There's no helping it, I'll just treat this as a learning experience," he encouraged himself inwardly. The steam car drove quickly through the streets of Damascus. Since it had only been a little more than a couple of months, no proper traffic rules or laws regarding the steam car had been implemented. Therefore, there had been quite a few pedestrian accidents on the streets, and in some cases, there were even a few deaths. This further highlighted the need for proper traffic rules in the city as well as the kingdom. In another 10 minutes, the steam car reached its destination and parked right in front of 304 West 14th Street. The entire street was filled with two-storied houses on both sides. Brian, Andrew, and Elijah got out of the car and saw that the house was already cordoned off by the police. Brian even saw a familiar face among the policemen present. It was the head constable of the Damascus police station, Thomas Smith. Before joining the Silverowls, Brian always used to go to the Damascus police station every alternate day to practice his gun shooting. However, after he joined the Silverowls, there was no need to anymore, since the practice area of the underground HQ had all the amenities, including a sparring area, spell casting area, and also a shooting range. When Officer Smith saw Brian come out of the steam car, he was initially surprised, then puzzled, and finally wide-eyed. Being one of the senior-most officers of the Damascus police station, he was naturally privy to certain knowledge that the general public wasn't, such as the existence of transcendence. On more than a few occasions, he had personally worked with the members of the Silver Owl, so naturally, he was slightly familiar with the team captain, Robert, and other individuals such as Andrew and Elijah. That is why he was so shocked to see Brian coming out of the car with them. Of course, he's Detective Watson's student, it's only natural that he too is one of them. Officer Smith thought in his heart as he saw Brian approach him. All of a sudden, he felt quite nervous. Before, whenever Brian came to the police station to practice his gun shooting, he was always on friendly terms with him, but now that he knew that Brian could possibly be a transcendent, he felt a sense of inferiority and didn't know how to react. He too had once approached Robert as well as Bishop Walls in hopes to become a transcendent. However, they had said that his spiritual aptitude wasn't good enough. This had become a great source of regret for him. After all, who didn't want to wield magical powers and use those strange abilities? But most important of them all, becoming a transcendent increased one's lifespan. While Officer Smith was lost in his own thoughts, Brian had already walked right in front of him. He stretched out his right hand and smiled. "It's been a while, Officer Smith." Officer Smith snapped out of his thoughts and awkwardly shook Brian's hand. "Hello, Mr. Lombardi, how have you been?" "I've been all right," Brian smiled. Then he pointed to the house behind. "What's the situation inside?" "I'm not sure if I should say it out here." Officer Smith hesitated as he looked around. The next moment, Robert exited the house on 304 West 14th Street. He patted Officer Smith's shoulder and said, "I'll take it from here, Officer Smith." Visibly relieved, Officer Smith nodded and made way for Robert. "You three, follow me in." Robert pointed at Brian, Andrew, and Elijah and then turned around and walked back toward the entrance of the house. Brian nodded at Officer Smith and then followed behind Robert. Before opening the door, Robert turned around to look at the three of them and instructed, "Just follow my lead, ready your weapons but conceal them properly." Then he looked at Brian and said solemnly, "Brian, you don't have to do much inside, just observe and see how we do things, learn from it and implement it should the need arise in the future." He then paused to see if Brian was nervous about it so that he could give him some form of encouragement. However, he saw that Brian was calm and his emotions were steady. Robert nodded his head in approval. "Stay on guard, anything can happen inside." Brian nodded and then took out hand cannon from his underarm holster. After making sure that it was loaded, he put it back in. Andrew and Elijah also checked their respective weapons and then nodded at Robert. Seeing that everyone was ready, Robert stepped forward and opened the mahogany door entrance to the house, and stepped inside. The trio followed after him, Elijah being the last one to enter, closed the door behind him. Meanwhile, outside the house, all the police officers held their breaths and readied their guns as well, ready to attack at any moment. Inside the house, the members of the strike team entered the living room and found the owner of the house, Ricky Halpert, having tea at the dining table. He was wearing a black cardigan over his white shirt, black pants, and black boots. Everything was fine about his appearance except his face. Ricky's eyes were bloodshot and had dark circles around them. His hair was unkempt as if he hadn't slept or washed in days. He looked up at Robert and the others entering his house and smiled brightly. "Mr. Albright, you're back." Then he looked at Brian, Andrew, and Elijah behind him and stated, "Oh, looks like you've brought some guests. Everyone, please have a seat." The trio looked at each other and then at Robert. The latter nodded at them and then took a seat right across Ricky. After everyone took their seats, Ricky asked Robert, "So, where were we again?" "You were talking about your wife," Robert replied. "Ah, that's right." Ricky took a sip of tea from the cup and added, "A few weeks back, my wife and son disappeared. I was so scared at the time as I looked for them but couldn't find them anywhere." He then paused, took another sip from the cup, and continued, "But luckily a few days later, they returned safely. However, they've been quite hungry ever since they came back. Looks like they hadn't had much food wherever they went, so I made sure that they ate their fill every day." At this point, Ricky started to grin like a maniac. His teeth, which had now turned yellow and red, were visible to all. Brian, Andrew, and Elijah looked at each other with slight apprehension. Then they looked at Robert, only to see that he was as calm as ever, as if nothing could faze him. Robert, with a neutral face, asked Ricky, "Do you mind if we meet your wife?" "Of course," Ricky replied enthusiastically. "My wife would love to meet you all." He then turned his head to the stairs and spoke in a loud voice, "Honey, we have guests. Won't you come down?" There was no answer from upstairs. However, a few minutes later, a blonde woman with hazel eyes came down the stairs. She was wearing a pure white dress as she slowly walked down and then stood behind Ricky. The woman's cheeks then cracked open all the way to her ears, revealing rows of sharp jagged teeth. Her sclera turned black and her iris turned yellow with vertical pupils. She looked at Robert and the rest as she started to drool. "Oh, looks like food has been served." Brian, Andrew, and Elijah all stood up simultaneously from their seats as they took out their weapons and aimed them at the woman, or if she could even be called that at the moment. Robert was the only one who was still seated as he silently looked at the woman as his eyes narrowed. Hell's spawn. The woman was taken aback as she looked at Robert and spoke in a voice that was a mixture of both male and female. "You know quite a lot, don't you?" Then her yellow eyes lit up as she probed, "Are you one of those transcendents from the surface world?" She then carefully scrutinized all four members of the strike team and licked her lips with her forked red tongue. "That's right. All four of you have high spiritual force compared to others." The woman then turned to look at Robert again. "Especially you." Robert ignored the woman and instead looked at Ricky, who was watching everything happen with great enjoyment, not at all fazed by the transformation of his wife. The next moment a bright silver light shone from Robert's brown eyes. The moment Ricky looked into the latter's eyes, he instantly lost consciousness and slammed his head against the table as the teacup he was holding dropped to the floor and shattered. Rank 2 spell, Coma Inducement. This was the upgraded version of the Rank 1 spell, Sleep Inducement. Through the usage of this Rank 2 spell, it would be easier for Robert to glean more information from Ricky later. The moment Ricky lost consciousness and slammed his head against the table, Elijah and Andrew aimed their steam-powered pistols at the woman and shot without hesitation. Bang 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 bang, both of them fired 3 enchanted bullets each. However, none of them hit the target. The woman nimbly dodged all the bullets as she jumped around from one wall to another. Finally, she jumped to the ceiling and embedded her claws into it as she glared at the members of the strike team while hanging upside down. She then deftly crawled across the ceiling while still hanging upside down and rushed to another room on the first floor. Robert got up from his seat and took out a steel handcuff from his pocket. He threw it at Brian and instructed, "Tie Ricky up and stand guard beside him. Me, Andrew, and Elijah will take care of the devil." Brian snapped out of his daze as he caught the handcuff. Things had happened so quickly that he didn't even realize it until Robert spoke to him. Everyone's teamwork is so fluid. Brian marveled inwardly as he got up from his chair. He then grabbed Ricky's collar and threw him to the ground. Brian then brought Ricky's hands behind him and tied them with the handcuff. After finishing all that, he stood guard beside Ricky and took out hand cannon from his underarm holster. There is still one more. Now, where is he? Brian thought inwardly. Meanwhile, in the guest room on the same floor, a gruesome battle was taking place. The woman was riddled with bullet holes. However, her wounds were healing at a fast rate. She was now in a state of panic as she began to realize that the people she was fighting, as a team, were way stronger than her. As a devil that was summoned from hell, she naturally had a strong constitution, and in terms of spiritual force, she was close to a rank 2 transcendent. However, her opponent's teamwork and understanding of devils really caught her off guard. The next moment, Andrew had finished constructing a spell structure in his mind. He then cast the spell in ancient hymnos, Death Chord. After Andrew finished casting the rank 1 spell, he pointed his hands at the woman. The next moment, dozens of thick ropes made of black energy extended from his palms. These thick black ropes flew at a fast speed and instantly coiled around the woman's body and strangled her. Only her hideous-looking head was now visible. The woman snorted in disdain. Using the dark arts against a devil? How naive! However, Andrew simply smirked in return. Beside him, Elijah had already swung his hands and thrown tens of small metallic balls toward the woman. If looked at closely, one would see that these weren't really metallic balls. Instead, they were metallic bees, the size of a fingernail, made of steel and gears. Elijah controlled these metallic bees with his spiritual force and made them completely surround the woman, who at this point had freed herself from Andrew's death cord. The reason Andrew had cast this magic spell was that he needed to distract the woman and also buy enough time for Elijah to throw the metallic bees at her. After confirming that the bees had surrounded the woman, Elijah chanted in ancient hymnos, "Thunder." The next moment, the tens of bees shone with a bright blue light as they began to hum. Then, bolts of electricity that were generated by these bees zapped the woman. Ah! The woman screamed in agony as she was bathed in electricity that burnt her hair and charred her skin black. After producing the electricity, the metallic bees all turned to ash and fell to the ground. As for the woman, snakes of electrical bolts danced all over her body as she continued to spasm from time to time. Robert took advantage of this opportune moment while the woman was still paralyzed as he stepped forward. He then took out a bronze circular artifact from his pocket that had runes inscribed on the surface of it and aimed it at the woman. "Blaze," Robert muttered coldly in ancient hymnos. The bronze circular disc turned bright orange as it hovered in the air. The next moment it shot out a beam of holy light that completely drowned the woman. Ah! The woman shrieked in pain. However, her voice was cut off as the bright beam of light had completely covered her body and erased her existence from this world within seconds. After the beam of light dissipated, the only proof of her ever being alive was the white dress that still continued to burn at the place she was standing before. Andrew and Elijah simultaneously heaved a sigh of relief. The former then looked at Robert, who had just put away the circular artifact, and probed, "Light path artifact?" Robert simply nodded. The next moment the three of them turned around in alarm as they heard the sound of gunshots from the living room where Brian was currently at. Bang bang bang. A few minutes prior to the Hell's Spawn perishing, Brian was standing beside Ricky in the living room as he listened to the sound of fighting from the room across him. He hesitated for a long time, debating whether to go in there and help or not. However, ultimately he decided to stay in his position. "Captain has instructed me to stand guard here. I just hope they're doing fine," he thought in anxiousness. All of a sudden, Brian heard the sound of footsteps coming from the second floor. His eyes narrowed as he followed the source of the sound. Soon the source of the footsteps traveled toward the stairs that led to the first floor. A few moments later a little boy of around 6 years old walked down the stairs. He was wearing green-colored pajamas and hugging a brown teddy bear with one hand. The boy had brownish blonde hair and brown eyes just like Ricky. After walking down the stairs, he approached Brian, who was still standing beside Ricky. The boy stood in front of Brian and smiled with bright eyes. "Big brother, do you want to play with me?" Seeing that it was just a little boy, Brian appeared visibly relieved. He then replied with a gentle smile, "Of course, kiddo. Here, play with this." Brian then pointed the hand cannon at the little boy's head and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang bang bang, the bullets that were fired had been enchanted by the magic runes on the barrel of the pistol. The first bullet had the penetration effect, whereas the last 2 bullets had the explosion effect. After being shot by 3 enchanted bullets back to back to back, the upper body of the little boy exploded into a black gooey substance. The boy was so taken aback that he didn't even have the time to react and defend himself. After firing the 3 bullets, Brian's spiritual force had completely depleted as beads of sweat started to form on his forehead. His face had turned pale as he looked at whatever was left of the boy's corpse and scoffed. "Hey, you thought you could fool me with those bright innocent eyes?" Brian already knew that Ricky's wife and son were dead. What he shot just now was nothing but a devil that had been summoned through a dark ritual. A devil disguised as a little human child. Overwhelmed by exhaustion, Brian fell on his butt right on top of the unconscious Ricky, his heartbeat still beating at a fast rate as he thought, "Fuck, I nearly fell for that." Looking at the little boy's innocent face and that bright smile, Brian hesitated for a brief moment before finally trusting his instincts and pulling the trigger. Moreover, which child, after seeing their father knocked out and cuffed, would ask others to play with them instead of being worried about their father? As he took large mouthfuls of air, he looked at the hand cannon he was holding and thought, as expected of a transcendent artifact, my spiritual force was depleted in just 3 shots. This was the reason why transcendent artifacts could only be wielded by transcendents who had large reserves of spiritual force compared to apprentices. While Brian was recuperating from the massive energy expenditure, all of a sudden, he heard footsteps coming from the room where Robert and the rest were fighting the devil. Alarmed, he stood up and pointed his pistol toward that room, but a few moments later, much to his relief, it was Robert, Andrew, and Elijah who had come out of that room. The trio approached Brian and then Elijah asked him worriedly, "What were the gunshots for? Are you all right?" Looking at the expressions of worry on the faces of his team members, Brian's heart warmed. "I'm all right." Then he pointed at the half-destroyed body of the young boy and replied, "The gunshots earlier were for that kid, or more precisely, that devil." Robert crouched down in front of the corpse and examined the black gooey substance that was spilling from it and stated, "Another hell's spawn." Brian asked out of curiosity, "Captain, what's a hell's spawn?" "These are creatures who reside in hell and are birthed by hell itself. The entrance to hell has been sealed since the 3rd era, so the only way these devils can come to the surface world is if they have been summoned through a dark ritual," Robert explained as he stood back up. From Detective Watson, Brian had already known that hell existed and also that its entrance had been sealed, but what he was really surprised about was the fact that the devils could be summoned to the real world through dark rituals. Doesn't that mean just about anyone could summon devils? Brian wondered. Andrew stepped forward and asked, "Captain, do you have any idea as to who might have given Ricky access to the dark ritual?" "Perhaps," Robert replied succinctly. He then walked to Ricky's unconscious body and crouched down beside him. Robert then stretched his hand and placed it on Ricky's head. Robert's pupils rolled back and now only the whites in his eyes were visible. He was mind-reading. A rank 2 transcendent of the wisdom path could easily read the peripheral thoughts of others, much less of a regular person who was already in a coma. This was one of the innate abilities that they received after consuming the potion. After a few minutes, Robert's eyes returned to normal as he stood back up and sighed. "Captain, what did you find?" Elijah asked anxiously. Robert solemnly replied, "It is as I had expected. This is the work of the Inferno Order." Brian, Andrew, and Elijah drew a collective gasp. The Inferno Order was a cult that specifically worshipped the devils of hell. Their members were all maniacs who sought nothing but destruction and chaos. They were very similar to the members of the Holy Blood sect in that regard. "Let us go. We need to inform this to the church." Robert turned around and walked toward the main door of the house. "Captain, what about Ricky?" Brian suddenly asked. "We'll have the police deliver him to the church. From there, he'll be transported to the underground prison at the HQ." Robert replied as he walked out of the house. Brian, Andrew, and Elijah looked at each other with perturbed expressions and then exited the house together. The undercurrents in Damascus keep getting darker and stronger. First the Holy Blood sect and now the Inferno Order. Just what are they planning? Brian wondered in angst. Church of Wisdom, North Kingston Avenue. Inside an office behind the prayer hall, Bishop Walls and Robert, who had just arrived from the scene, sat across each other as the latter recounted the details of the case. "So you're saying it was a hell's spawn?" Bishop Walls asked for confirmation with a pensive look. Robert nodded his head. "That's right, Father. I looked through the person's memory. In one of the memories, I saw two individuals in black robes give him the scroll that contained the dark ritual." "What else did you see?" Bishop Walls inquired further. "I saw those two individuals piously chant glory to the dark god as they gave the scroll to Ricky," Robert replied solemnly. "Dark god, a broken bar," Bishop Walls mumbled as his eyebrows furrowed. "It is indeed the Inferno Order." He then took out a white crystal ball from the drawer and kept it on the table. When Robert saw this, he patiently waited. He knew that Bishop Walls was now going to perform divination. Bishop Walls touched the crystal ball with both his hands and injected spiritual force into it. The next moment the crystal ball shone with a bright light as he closed his eyes and looked for clues in the past, present, and future. For the next few minutes, the crystal ball continued to shine as grayish clouds were produced inside it. Sometimes it glowed brightly but other times it dimmed. About 5 minutes later, Bishop Walls opened his eyes and sighed. "Father, did you find anything?" Robert inquired. Bishop Walls shook his head. "Nothing. These heretics from the well-established cults or secret organizations always have some artifact or the other that can counter divination." Robert remained silent as Bishop Walls continued. "This is the case with Sean Marks as well. That leech has been hiding in Damascus all this time, but Detective Watson and I still haven't been able to find him." Sean Marks, a broken bar, Robert thought in his heart with a hint of apprehension. He had heard of this cruel member of the Holy Blood sect who had slaughtered an entire neighborhood in Nadia almost a decade ago. He had been hiding under the radar ever since then. However, now Robert was shocked to find out that he had actually been hiding in Damascus all this while, and that Detective Watson was also looking for him. The reason why Detective Watson appeared in Damascus must definitely be related to Sean Marks, Robert thought. He then looked at Bishop Walls and cautioned, "First we had the Holy Blood sect to deal with, and now there's the Inferno Order. Things aren't looking so good, Father." Bishop Walls remained silent for a long time. He then sighed as he began to massage his temple. "I fear that the two are plotting something." After a few moments, he seemed to have come to a decision. "I'll send a telegram to Nadia and ask them to send more people to help out. In the meantime, tell your team to increase the frequency of patrols." "I understand, Father," Robert nodded. A broken bar, Silver Owl's HQ. Andrew and Elijah dragged the unconscious Ricky and threw him into one of the cells in the underground prison. The underground prison of the Silver Owls was one level lower than the HQ. It was a dimly lit catacomb, the walls of which had runes carved on every inch of it. This was the place where the most vile and ruthless of criminals were imprisoned. Needless to say, they were all apprentices or transcendents. The underground prison had only one entrance. There was one single passageway down the middle, and on both sides, there were countless prison cells. Each of the prison cells also had runes carved on the walls as well as its metal doors. These runes prevented people from using and gathering spiritual force. One could even say that the entire underground prison was a spiritual force-free zone. After locking the metal door to the prison cell, Elijah looked at Andrew and asked, "So what's the plan now?" Andrew shrugged as the duo made their way out of the catacombs. "I don't know. It's kind of boring without Brian, to be honest. Elijah nodded as he chuckled. He ran home as soon as we were done dealing with the case. He said it was too cold outside and not to bother him on his off day. Ha ha. Andrew too started laughing. He then added, but he did quite well out there today. It takes some firm resolve to shoot a devil that has the face of an innocent child. Elijah nodded. After that, the duo turned silent as they walked the passageway. I have a bad feeling about this, Andrew. We had our hands full with investigating the members of the Holy Blood sect. And now there's the Inferno Order as well. Elijah spoke softly, his expression that of anxiousness. Andrew remained silent. After a long time, he sighed. Now that both these evil organizations have appeared in Damascus at the same time, I wonder how many innocent people will die. A heavy atmosphere surrounded the duo as they exited the underground prison and made their way to the recreation room of the HQ. Andrew shook his head and threw these thoughts to the back of his mind. He then put his arm around Elijah and tried to cheer him up and perhaps even himself. Anyway, we just need to stick together and we'll be all right. Elijah nodded as he pushed his round glasses up his nose bridge. By the way, didn't Brian say not to bother him today since it's his day off? Andrew asked as he grinned. Then let's do exactly that. We'll finish up with work and visit him later for dinner. Hee hee. Elijah looked at Andrew and began to chuckle. Ha ha, sounds like a plan. Meanwhile, on 7 Robinson Street, Brian, who was taking a warm bath inside his wooden bathtub, suddenly sneezed aloud. He then rubbed his nose and mumbled, "Who the hell is talking behind my back? Is it Andrew and Eli? It must definitely be those two fuckers." Wednesday, 15th of December 1580. Inside a diner, 2 blocks west of the farmer's market, Brian was sitting by the window and looking at the people going about their day outside in the snowfall. The snowfall drizzled from high above and continued to fall, creating a cotton-like blanket that enveloped the entire city in white. Today was especially cold, Brian saw, as people struggled to keep warm outside. A few burn barrels could also be seen on the footpaths as tramps and other beggars huddled around them. However, inside the diner it was warm. It wasn't as inviting as the cafe he usually visited on Laurent Avenue, but it did the job to keep the cold away. At the very least, a warm cup of coffee lay on the table in front of Brian. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee tickled his nose as he grabbed the mug handle and took a sip. With each sip of the coffee, the warmth spread throughout his body, chasing away the cold. After taking a few sips, Brian smacked his lips and placed the mug back on the table. He nodded his head in approval as he thought, "MMH, the coffee here is surprisingly good." The reason why Brian was waiting at the diner this early in the morning was that he had to meet up with Jamie. He had been meeting up with Jamie every couple of days here at this diner. The latter would come here and give his findings to Brian. Brian continued to drink his coffee and look at the landscape outside. The steam cars along with the horse-drawn carriages rode along the cobbled streets. The 3 to 4-storied buildings and grand houses displayed elegance and sophisticated architecture beautifully. Ever since the advent of the industrial age, the architecture and infrastructure of the various cities had also advanced greatly. It was surprising how Brian never took the time out to appreciate the ingenuity and creativity of the craftsmen and architects who built such marvelous buildings and houses. He then shook his head and sighed. "Back then I was too busy saving up money to eat and survive. How could I have had the luxury for all this?" After all, Brian for most of his life he lived in the dark underbelly of Damascus. Beneath the grandeur visible on the surface, there were the poor working class people struggling with their daily lives. The area in and around the slums had buildings or living units that were always cramped and crowded. The families there had to be packed up into small apartments and rooms. As Brian continued to ponder about the two sides of Damascus, Jamie at some point had entered the diner. He looked around trying to find Brian. His gaze finally landed upon a young handsome man wearing a black 3-piece suit and a grey overcoat looking outside the window. Deep in thought, Jamie's eyes lit up as he smiled brightly. He then proceeded to walk toward Brian but was abruptly stopped by a work staff. "What do you want, kid? We don't serve free food here." The staff spoke impolitely as he looked at the ragged clothes that Jamie was wearing. I'm not here for free food, I've come to meet someone, Jamie replied angrily, the smile on his face instantly vanishing. He had always hated people who looked down on him just because of the clothes he was wearing or how he looked. The staff snorted in disdain. This is a well-respected diner, who are you trying to fool? Jamie was about to snap back, but right at that moment, Brian's calm voice was heard from behind the staff. He's with me. The staff turned around and looked at Brian, who was standing right behind him with a smile on his face. He then looked at the expensive-looking clothes Brian was wearing, and his attitude did a 180 turn as he replied with a fawning attitude, "Of course, sir, I was just going to let the kid in." "You liar!" Jamie was about to berate the staff but was cut off by Brian. "Come with me, Jamie." Brian then turned around and walked to his table. Meanwhile, Jamie glared at the staff and harumphed as he followed after Brian. He then approached the table by the window and sat across from Brian. He crossed his arms and started to pout in dissatisfaction. Brian found Jamie's actions quite amusing. "Don't bother with what the staff said to you. You shouldn't let other people's words affect you so easily, but words cut deeper than blades. It hurts every time someone mocks me based on my appearance. They don't know what I've been through, yet they don't think twice before making fun of me." Jamie turned his head and looked out the window in a sullen mood. Brian's heart ached after listening to Jamie's words. At one point in life, when he was younger, he too thought the same. He smiled faintly and encouraged, "Jamie, always remember this, you might not have control over the things that are happening to you, but what you do have control over, is how you react to them. This is one of the things I've learned throughout the time that I lived in the slums." Jamie turned back around and looked Brian in the eyes. He carefully pondered over the words that the latter spoke. "Control how you react to them, a broken bar," he thought in his heart. With a determined expression, he nodded his head. "I will do my best, boss." Brian smiled and then signaled for staff to come to take their order. The staff who had earlier stopped Jamie saw this and made his way to the table. However, Brian narrowed his eyes and glared at him. The staff subconsciously stopped in his tracks as he began to sweat profusely. He felt from the bottom of his heart that if he took another step closer, something bad would definitely happen to him. Just looking at Brian's eyes gave him a chill that ran up his spine. He immediately turned around and fled to the kitchen as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. This caused the other customers to look at him strangely. Another staff approached Brian's table and smiled apologetically. "Sorry about that, sir, he's feeling a bit sick today. May I take your order instead?" Brian and Jamie gave their respective orders as the working staff diligently noted them down. After making sure there was nothing else, she smiled. "I will be back with your order within 10 minutes. She then looked at Jamie and asked, "Would you like to drink something in the meanwhile?" Jamie thought for a moment and replied while pointing at Brian's cup of coffee, "I'll have what he's having." "Of course." The staff smiled and then deftly left for the kitchen. Brian didn't stop Jamie from ordering a cup of coffee. He simply smiled mischievously and waited to see the look on Jamie's face when he tasted the bitter drink. "So, have you moved out yet?" Brian asked while he took a sip of his coffee. Jamie hesitated for a while and then shook his head. "Not yet." Brian raised his eyebrows. "Why not? You should have enough money by now to rent a cheap apartment somewhere on Deceitful Street." Jamie scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "Actually, a broken bar. Most of the money that you gave me had to be given to a loan shark. Although Big Sister Ella works as a housemaid in one of the houses on Augustus Street, the money she earns is nearly not enough for us to repay our debts." Brian remained silent after hearing out Jamie. He knew exactly how those loan sharks operated. They charged extremely high interest rates and exploited the poor people, and they always made sure that the borrower ended up paying the interest by hook or crook. Sometimes, they would charge even higher rates upon seeing that the borrower is actually capable of paying back the previous rates. "You can borrow money from me, you know," Brian asserted. However, Jamie adamantly shook his head. "No, you've already done enough for me. Plus, if Big Sister Ella and I pool our income for the next month, we'll be able to clear our debt, and then all of us can finally move out." Brian shook his head as he sighed inwardly. "TSK, this prideful little punk. Things may not go as smoothly as you think." After all, he was speaking from experience. This one time he was duped by a moneylender and was forced to work for over a year for him, and that was him being lucky. Over the course of that year, he got to see how these moneylenders operated. They didn't care one bit if the borrower was a child or an old person. They would always take what they lent. Brian decided to check out this matter after another month when Jamie cleared his debt with the loan shark. If the other party still made things difficult for Jamie and the kids, he would then take action, and by action, he meant killing them and pillaging their wealth. He would never feel remorse about dealing with such scum. About a minute later, the working staff brought a cup of coffee and placed it in front of Jamie as she smiled. "Enjoy." Jamie grabbed the cup with both hands and enjoyed the warm touch. He then brought the cup closer to his lips, blew the hot steam a little, and took a sip. He instantly spat the coffee out as his eyebrows furrowed. "What is this? It's so bitter, a broken bar and disgusting. Yuck, ha ha ha." Brian burst out laughing, looking at Jamie's disgusted face. "Boss, it's so disgusting. How can you even have it?" Jamie grimaced, but then he realized something as he accused, "Wait, boss, if you knew this was so bad, why didn't you stop me from ordering it?" Brian wiped the tears from his eyes from laughing so much. He then explained, "It's not that it's disgusting. Coffee is an acquired taste. Moreover, it's a drink that only adults have." Jamie grumbled, "What a waste of money. I could have ordered something else." Brian smiled gently, "Don't worry about it. Just order something you like this time." After hesitating for a few moments, Jamie finally beckoned at the staff and ordered a glass of orange juice. Brian continued to chat with Jamie and asked about his day-to-day life, to which Jamie happily obliged. He felt very comfortable talking to Brian about it because he knew that the other party had also been in the same place he is now, so there was a mutual feeling of empathy. A little while later, the diner staff came with their breakfast along with Jamie's glass of orange juice. The duo chatted happily over breakfast as both of them ate till their stomach was full, especially Jamie. He rarely ate so much at home because he always had to make sure that his younger siblings had enough to eat. After the duo finished everything on their plates, Brian looked at Jamie and inquired, "So, have you found anything interesting in the past few days?" Jamie licked the last piece of breadcrumb on his lip and replied, "Boss, I have." He then finished his glass of orange juice and continued, "I've asked a lot of people in the slums about the disappearances lately, and I've found a common area where they mostly take place." Brian was intrigued. "Go on," Jamie replied solemnly. "Most of the disappearances have been happening near the Aru's landfill. A lot of families have disappeared there, especially girls and young children." Brian had a pensive look as he wondered, the Aru's landfill, a broken bar that is situated in the northwest outskirts of Damascus. That would be a good starting point for any subsequent investigation. After a few moments, Brian looked back at Jamie and nodded in approval. "You did excellent work, Jamie." Jamie smiled brightly. "Thank you, boss. Since you know how dangerous it is for young children to still live in the slums, I need you to move out from your unit with the other kids as soon as possible." "Understood," Brian added. Jamie's heart warmed hearing the concern in Brian's voice. "Don't worry, boss. I will move out as soon as I save up enough money to clear the debt." He then recalled something and added, "By the way, boss, I have another piece of news that might interest you." Brian was intrigued. "Oh, what is it?" Jamie replied solemnly, "There are rumors of a riot happening in the future." "Riots?" Brian was slightly taken aback. "Why so?" "With steam-powered machinery replacing most of the manual labor, a lot of low-class workers have become jobless, leading to dissatisfaction." He then added, "Plus, the measly wages that they are paid in return for whatever job they do get." Brian's eyebrows furrowed as listened to Jamie's explanation. The steam-powered machines indeed put a lot of people out of jobs, and all this discontent had been piling up and compounding over the years. Now with the invention and the subsequent commercialization of the steam cars, A lot of carriage drivers also lost their earnings. It would take them a lot of time to practice and learn to become chauffeurs. In the meantime, how were they supposed to feed their family? Most of these poor people did not believe in the idea of saving. They lived their lives from paycheck to paycheck. The biggest reason would be that their wages were so low, to begin with, that at the end of it, they had barely anything left to save. On top of that, the wealthy people blatantly taking advantage of the poor and giving them measly wages for working long hours did not relieve the problem one bit. While Brian was deep in thought, Jamie said meekly, "I've also heard another rumor, but I don't know if it's true." Snapping out of his thoughts, Brian inquired, "What rumor?" "I've heard some strange-looking people in the slums say that soon there will be machines that look exactly like humans that will put all the poor people out of jobs," Jamie replied. He then added with a giggle, "But no one believed them because they were dressed funny. Everyone thought they were just another bunch of madmen spouting nonsense." However, Brian didn't find this funny at all. His expression became even more solemn as he thought, automatons. Brian had heard from Elijah a few times that the Deceitful Research Institute was working on another groundbreaking invention that would make the lives of people even more convenient. It was the automaton. These were mechanical devices that looked exactly like humans, except they were made of steel and gear. The most disruptive idea behind this was that an automaton could do everything a human possibly could and even more, and it would never get tired. As a machine, how could it? But what really bothered Brian was how this news was spread in Damascus in the slums, no less. Although the completion of the automaton machine would take around a year or so, it was still considered highly classified information. Elijah was only privy to this because of his teacher, Old Larry, and Brian and Andrew got to know of this information because this one time, Elijah had divulged it in his drunken stupor. "You said these people were dressed strangely. Can you explain?" Brian asked Jamie. Jamie nodded. "Yes, I even saw a few of them move around in the slums more than once. They always wore black hooded robes, and from time to time, they would even laugh like they were crazy." Brian's eyebrows twitched as he thought, black hooded robes? Could these people be any more obvious? Having in possession highly classified information that only people in high power would know. Moreover, wearing those hooded robes made one think that these people were definitely related to a cult. "I must report this to the captain as soon as possible." Brian sighed inwardly. He then looked at Jamie and smiled approvingly. "Well done, Jamie." Brian then took out a stack of notes from his pocket and took out 2 5-pound notes. He then handed it to Jamie. "This is for your hard work." Jamie was elated at the sight of so much money. However, he still controlled himself and asked, "Boss, isn't this a lot more than you promised to pay me?" "What an honest kid." Brian thought inwardly, then he smiled encouragingly. "But I also told you that I would pay you a bonus if you did good work, and the information you have provided today is very helpful to me." Nodding his head gleefully, Jamie took the money from Brian and carefully kept it in his pocket. "I will be able to buy lots of sweets for the kids today. They'll be so happy." Jamie thought in his heart and couldn't help but smile thinking of his cute little siblings. He was once again reminded of how fortunate he was to meet Brian. Before meeting him, Jamie and the kids used to struggle every night to stay warm. They didn't even have enough money to buy proper clothes or blankets. During the daytime, they would struggle even more to find food that could fill all their stomachs. Although the eldest of the kids, Jamie's big sister Ella, worked as a housemaid and received weekly wages, it was nearly not enough. Most of it had to be given to the moneylender so that they could clear their debt. Jamie looked into Brian's eyes and expressed his sincere feelings. "Boss, I am very grateful to have met you. From now on, I'll work even harder." Brian smiled at him warmly. "Don't overwork yourself now. I'm already happy with your efforts." The duo then chatted for a few more minutes and bid farewell as they went their separate ways. Jamie still had to go home and look after the kids. Meanwhile, Brian had to go back to the Silver Owl's HQ and report his findings. As Brian was walking along the footpath, deep in his thoughts, he suddenly heard an elderly voice call out to him, "Young man, will you help this poor old woman out?" Brian stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the source of the voice. It was an old woman who was wearing a brown ragged robe. She had a head full of white hair and her face was full of lines and wrinkles. One could easily guess that this old lady was at least 65 to 70 years of age. Currently, she was crouching down by a building as she looked at him with a gentle smile, and in front of her was a small wooden table, upon which a deck of strange-looking silver cards was kept. Brian crouched down in front of her and asked, "How can I help?" Out of pity for the old woman sitting outside in the cold, he decided to indulge her. He would never mind helping someone if he had the ability to. "If you give me £1 then I can tell you your future," the old woman chuckled. Brian rolled his eyes but he still took out a £1 note and gave it to her. "Here, what does my future hold?" He knew this was most likely a scam but he still decided to play along. Moreover, it wasn't like she was asking for an absurd amount of money to read his future. "Oh, what a generous young man." The old woman took the £1 note and kept it inside her robe first. "This is a special deck of fortune cards that I have created with great effort. Trust me, young man, this is very accurate. Even the gods admire me for my cartomancy. You should feel fortunate that I only charged you a measly £1. She chuckled as she started to shuffle the cards. "Yeah, right." Brian mocked inwardly. A few moments later, she took out 3 cards and kept them on the small table, face up. Brian rolled his eyes yet again, for he had never seen such strange fortune cards before. The old woman held the first card that depicted a figure kneeling down on the ground with their head in their hands. In the background, there were dark clouds and a grim reaper facing their back towards the figure. "The mourning," explained the old woman. "It represents a deep sense of grief that comes from the loss of a loved one." She then picked up the second card that depicted a baby sleeping soundly on a bed made of white feathers. The background depicted illusory clouds, stars, and multicolored rainbows. "The dreamer," it represents the power of dreams and imagination, and also the ability to tap into the subconscious mind. The old woman finally picked up the third card. This fortune card depicted a white serpent forming a circle and eating its own tail, and the background was fully black in color. Narrowing her eyes slightly, the old woman sighed inwardly. "You're truly an enigma, even to me." The Ouroboros, the serpent of infinity, represents rebirth and immortality. The old woman finally finished explaining the meaning of all the fortune cards. She kept the cards back in the deck and then looked at Brian earnestly. "You must pay heed to these clues from the River of Fate, young man." Brian shook his head and scoffed in disbelief. "You should get yourself to someplace warmer or you'll catch a cold, old lady." He then got up and started walking to the HQ, completely discarding this little farce from his mind. Meanwhile, the old woman deeply stared at Brian's departing back as her eyes gradually turned silver. "Consider this my gesture of goodwill, Brian Lombardi. We shall meet again in Nadia." The old woman smiled faintly as her body transformed into bright silver strings. The next moment she completely disappeared from the spot. An old tramp who was sitting by a burn barrel across the street saw this happen and his eyes widened. He looked at the place where the old woman disappeared, rubbing his eyes to check if he was hallucinating or not. He looked at the spot again, then he looked at the bottle of alcohol in his hand and shrugged. "The rum must be of really good quality, he. The weeks that followed were truly hectic for Brian and the rest of the members of the strike team. After Brian provided the information that he had gotten from Jamie to Robert, their night patrols increased significantly, so much so that the members of the team barely spent any time at the HQ. Combining the information that Brian had provided along with the Hell's Spawn case that happened on the 10th of December, Robert deduced that the people who were inciting the low-class workers were most likely the cultists of the Inferno Order. With a background as deep as theirs, it would completely make sense that they somehow got their hands on the highly classified information regarding automatons. It could also be members of the Holy Blood sect, but that was very unlikely, since most of their members preferred to stay low-key compared to the cultists of the Inferno Order, all of whom were insane. With the way things were going, both Robert and Bishop Walls believed that something terrible was definitely about to happen in Damascus. Hence, They naturally had to increase their vigilance. The Silver Owls also had to investigate the members of the Holy Blood sect. Although they had been remaining low, the number of disappearances around the slum areas hadn't stopped at all. What was even more irksome was the fact that the Wisdom and Fate Path Transcendents of the Church of Wisdom could not accurately divine the plans and whereabouts of the members of both these evil organizations. Having possession of artifacts that could counter divination, effectively brought to a standstill one of the main abilities that the Transcendents of both paths could utilize. The only way to overcome this hindrance was to have a Transcendent, whose rank was higher than the artifact being used by the two evil organizations, perform divination. However, the highest-ranking Transcendent from the Church of Wisdom in Damascus was ranked 3. This meant that the artifact being used to hinder divination was at least a rank 3 artifact. Although Bishop Walls had already informed the church in Nadir of this development in Damascus and asked for reinforcements, he was not sure when they would arrive. It could take a few weeks or maybe even a few months. After all, the Silver Owls in Nadir also had their own matters to look after. It was very difficult to send help to other cities or even kingdoms. For now, all they the Silver Owls of Damascus could do was bide their time and do their utmost to find the cultists hiding in the shadows. The night sky was dark as ink, with stars dotted for as far as the eye could see. The sky was a canvas and the artist had sprinkled specks of white all over it. Very sparse clouds could be seen in the sky. They hung at low altitudes, covering the city in a pall of obscurity. The deserted streets of Damascus were still covered in snow, creating an eerie atmosphere that threatened to swallow everything in its path. Only the sounds of the sparse rustling leaves and the creaking of the tree branches could be heard as a gust of cold wind blew from time to time. The only light, this late into the night, came from the gas lamp posts. The silence was overwhelming. At the edge of the slums was a small 3-storied apartment building. The building was dilapidated and its walls were damp, and why would they not be? After all, no one cared about the people or the infrastructure in this part of the city. The people and things here were expendable. This was the general consensus of the affluent. On the topmost floor of this run-down building was a single-room apartment. Inside, the room was dimly lit by a flickering gas lantern. The kitchen area was cramped and dirty. The sink was clogged, and full of unwashed dishes and cutleries. A small single bed was positioned on one side of the room, across the kitchen, upon which lay a young girl with brown hair. Her face was pale as she shivered from time to time under the stitched-up blanket. In front of her was her father, who was kneeling down on the floor, trying his best to keep his tears from falling. "You're going to be all right, Alice. Daddy's here with you." He began to sob uncontrollably as he gently caressed his daughter's face. Her daughter, Alice, had been diagnosed with severe flu. However, he had no money to cure her since he had just recently lost his job as a carriage driver. His wife had already died a few years back. Alice was the only family he had left, his reason for living, but now, that too would be taken from him. As a father, he couldn't even take care of his 7-year-old daughter. He felt utter despair, overwhelmed by sorrow, anger, and helplessness. Just as he was wallowing in his misery, he heard the sound of knocking coming from the door. Knock, knock, knock. The father turned his head and looked towards the door in puzzlement. Who would want to come here at this time of the night? He wiped the tears off his face, got up to his feet, and walked towards the door. He turned the doorknob and opened it. Outside, a blond middle-aged man, wearing white priest's robes, was standing and looking at him with a gentle smile. His blue eyes gave one a sense of comfort and warmth. "Can I help you?" the father asked, still unsure about why a priest would be standing at his doorstep. "Child, I have heard your pleas," the blond priest replied with the same gentle smile. Now, the father was feeling a little wary of the priest. He looked him in the eye and stated solemnly, "I don't know what you're talking about. You've got the wrong person." With that said, he proceeded to shut the door, but right as he was about to completely shut it, he heard the priest's voice. "I can cure your daughter." The father froze on the spot, the door still left ajar. His body trembled ever so slightly when he heard the priest say those words, and those words continued to echo inside his head. In this moment of desperation, the words that were spoken by the priest were like music to his ears. He hurriedly opened the door and grabbed the priest's hands as he stammered, What did you just say?" The blonde priest didn't mind the father's actions at all. He simply smiled and affirmed, "You heard it correct, child. I can cure your daughter." The father couldn't hold back any more as tears streamed down his face. He had tried to borrow money from so many people but it was of no avail. He even tried to get a low-paying job but was denied an advanced payment. Finally, at his most desperate moment, a white-robed priest appeared and lent him a helping hand. The father hurriedly dragged the priest inside his messy apartment and led him to his daughter who was still in deep sleep. "Father, I'll do anything you want if you cure my daughter. Please, save her, I beg you." The father knelt at the priest's feet and clasped his hands together as he stared at the priest hopefully. The priest gently patted the father's shoulder and smiled brightly. "This is God's grace, you do not have to worry anymore." He then turned his gaze to the girl whose breathing was ragged. He then turned to look back at the father and asked earnestly, "I will have to remove the upper part of her dress. Can you give me permission?" The father was taken aback for a moment. He thought for a long time and finally nodded his head. If he found the priest doing something perverted to his unconscious daughter, he would kill him on the spot. The priest nodded and then removed the blanket over the little girl. He then proceeded to undress her. However, he only did so till her stomach region. Looking at this, the father clenched and unclenched his fists a couple of times as he thought in his heart, "You will be all right now, Alice, hang in there." The priest then took out a glass vial from inside his robe. The vial contained a verdant-colored bright liquid. He then slightly opened Alice's mouth and poured out the contents of the vial. After keeping the empty vial back inside his robes, he brought both his hands slightly on top of the little girl's chest and gently applied spiritual force. Seeing the priest's hands glow brightly, the father was shocked beyond comprehension. He beamed piously, "Praise the goddess." After a few minutes, the bright white glow slowly dissipated from the priest's hand. He panted for air as his breathing became a bit labored. Beads of sweat rolled from his forehead and dropped to the floor as he looked at the father and gave him a weary smile. "She is going to be fine by the time the sun rises. I have done everything I can." The father looked at his daughter whose breathing had become stable and a hint of color seemed to have returned to her face. Her once pale cheeks now had a shade of rosy hue. Seeing the vast improvement in just a few minutes, the father was elated. He then looked at the exhausted priest and clasped his hands again as he cried tears of joy, thank you, Father. If it wasn't for the priest, Alice would have surely died." Her father didn't know what he would do if his daughter, his last living family member, passed away at such an early age. The priest shook his head and smiled, "I am merely doing God's work. There is no need to thank me." He then paused for a bit and added with a chuckle, "However, I would really appreciate it if you could kindly give me a glass of water." The father hurriedly got up to his feet. Of course, he then rushed to the kitchen to get a glass of water. As the priest watched him walk towards the kitchen, the smile on his face gradually faded as his eyes narrowed. He turned to look at the little girl who was still deep in slumber. A maniacal gleam glinted in his blue eyes. He stretched his hand out and pointed his index finger toward the little girl's torso. A reddish-black energy swirled at the tip of his finger. He then quickly but carefully carved runes in an unknown language all over the girl's chest and stomach. If one looked at the runes from the top, one would see that the runes resembled an inverted pentagram that was enclosed inside a circle. After carving the runes on her body, he hurriedly cast a spell, causing the runes to completely submerge within her body and disappear from sight. Not even a rank 3 transcendent could make out the difference unless they proactively look for it. This elicited a slight groan from the unconscious Alice, but it went unnoticed by her father. After making sure the runes had been carved successfully, the priest went back to his fatigued expression as a gentle smile adorned his lips once again. Right at that moment, Alice's father came back with a glass of water in his hand. "Here, father." Thank you very much, child." The priest smiled as he took the glass from his hands and drank the entire water in one go. He had to at least pretend to be tired from that ordeal. Meanwhile, the father approached Alice and dressed her again. He then put the blanket back over her as he smiled dotingly. The weight on his shoulders had finally been lifted. He then turned to look at the priest and asked with a determined look, "Father, how can I repay this favor? I'm willing to do anything." The priest smiled and replied, "If you wish to repay me, then piously pray to God every day. That will be the greatest payment I could ever ask for." Alice's father was about to counter, however, he was cut off by the priest as he chuckled. "However, if you really insist, and I know that you do, you can join me on a peaceful protest that I shall be holding sometime in the future." "A protest?" The father was puzzled. "Yes," the priest nodded with a warm smile. "Over the last few years, the low-class workers have been heavily oppressed by the nobles and other wealthy families. The goal of this protest is to spread awareness on this matter. Moreover, it is also to fight for the right to have our jobs remain in our hands instead of machines." The father clenched his fists and gritted his teeth in anger after hearing this. If it wasn't for those damned inventions, he might have still kept his job and his dear daughter wouldn't have to suffer as much as she did. Furthermore, even while he did have multiple jobs before, the wages were measly. The wealthy always took advantage of and exploited the poor and helpless people like him. To them, people like him were no better than farm animals. "Father, I shall attend this protest. Not only me, but I will also get my friends to come. All of us have been living under the tyrannical oppression of the nobles and the wealthy merchants for far too long," he replied with a fiery passion. "Very well." The priest nodded. He then looked at Alice and added, "Perhaps, you should also bring your little daughter. By that time, she will definitely be as healthy as a horse." The father smiled and agreed readily. "Yes, it will also be a good lesson for her. She ought to know that people like us have rights too." The priest smiled brightly as he patted his shoulder. "Thank you, child. I must leave now. There are still many people who require my help and the grace of God." Alice's father was touched. "Even when you are so exhausted, you refuse to take rest and continue to help people like us. I am truly grateful for you, Father. Praise the goddess." He then walked the priest out of the apartment and bid him farewell. As soon as the priest left the building, he began to grin like a madman from ear to ear. "Destruction, oh sweet destruction, the Duke came to town. Destruction, oh sweet destruction." His horns distorted and round, he vanished into the dark of night as he continued to sing in a crazed manner. The baleful seed of destruction had been sown, beginning to sprout with sinister intent. Come spring, the flower of death would blossom, spreading its malignant petals far and wide. Its insatiable hunger would devour everything and everyone in its path, leaving behind nothing but ruins and a city engulfed in flames in its wake. Friday, 7th of January 1581. The door to his apartment opened as Brian stepped inside. He kept his black overcoat and his fedora hat on the coat hanger and walked to the living room. He sat down on the couch and heaved a tired sigh as he mumbled, "Fuck me a broken bar, there's so much work these days." Since the past few weeks, Brian and the other members of the strike team had had their plates full. They were already investigating the disappearances which were most likely caused by the members of the Holy Blood sect, and now they had to look for clues about the whereabouts of the cultists of the Inferno Order as well. Although there had been some results for the latter, over the past weeks, the strike team had caught a total of 6 cultists of the Inferno Order. Most of them were apprentices and only one was a rank 1 transcendent. However, after catching them, the interrogation process was anything but fruitful. All of the cultists chose to commit suicide rather than cooperate, and the way they committed suicide was one that Brian had never expected. They gathered all their spiritual force inside their body, their heads to be precise, and made it explode. Brian was so taken aback at the time. He never knew that spiritual force could be applied in such a manner, but he was even more shocked that the cultists would happily kill themselves rather than divulge any information. It made one ponder whether all the maniacs from the Inferno Order were brainwashed or not. Meanwhile, the members of the Holy Blood sect always seemed to slip out of the grasp of the Silver Owls, almost as if they were always 2 steps ahead. That was the reason why none of them had been caught till now. Even the 2 members, whose sketches Brian had provided to the captain, had not been caught. These were the same members whom Brian had encountered that night in the abandoned factory, right after he exited the secret gathering where he had bought the hand cannon. Brian began to rub his temples just thinking about all these issues he had to deal with. Fuck, it would be really nice if Lily could come here and serve me. He then shook his head and leaned back against the couch. It was simply his wishful thinking. He didn't have time to visit Lily or have her come over because of how much work he had. Moreover, he had to go for night patrol yet again tonight. His off days were now a distant memory. However, tonight he wouldn't be partnering up with Andrew or any other strike team members, but Haley. One could imagine just how much the Silver Owls were falling short of manpower as they had to end up getting the receptionist of the Sophia Public Library to go out on night patrols. Of course, the reason they got Haley to do this job in the first place was that she was a rank 1 apprentice. They would never involve regular people in matters of the transcendent world. A broken bar outskirts of Damascus, inside the study room of a 2-storied villa, books, parchment papers, and other stationery were strewn all over the floor. The shelves, positioned against the walls, that once contained rows of books and other reading materials were now broken, their contents scattered across the room. The study table also shared the same fate as it was split right down the middle. The entire room was a mess as if a wild animal had just passed through, wreaking havoc in its wake. A lone man sat in the center of the room, amidst the crumpled parchment papers and torn books. He had blonde hair and a pair of bright red eyes. He was none other than Anthony. However, the look in his eyes was crazed at the moment. He clenched his fists as he spat through gritted teeth. It's been a fucking month and a half. Anthony's craving had taken over him. His burning desire for fresh blood could not be curbed any longer. Ever since he had told his grandfather about that incident at the abandoned factory, he had been grounded in this house. Although he knew that this was for his own safety, he couldn't stand it anymore. The supply of fresh blood had been dwindling for the last few weeks. Even if Anthony did get fresh blood, it was not to his liking. Since the Silver Owls had increased their vigilance over the entire city, it had become difficult for the members of the Holy Blood sect to kidnap people from their blood. However, Anthony was unaware of this fact. He slowly got up to his feet as he muttered, "It should be fine if I go out for a bit. The others won't know about it." Anthony had already made his decision. He continued to fidget from time to time as if he were a drug addict who hadn't been given proper substance for a long time. Without waiting any longer, he jumped out of the window on the second floor and soon vanished into the night. After about 15 minutes he arrived at the slum area. Standing atop a small 2-story building, he looked for any young girls whom he could drain the blood out of. Soon his eyes fell on a young woman with brown hair who was carrying a brown paper bag full of groceries. Anthony grinned like a madman as he caught sight of this woman. He then covertly followed behind her. He was still reasonable enough to know that he could not do the deed out here in the open. It was best if he did it in her house to avoid any trouble. The girl on the other hand scanned her surroundings warily as she walked towards her house. Danger lurked in every corner of the slums, especially for a young girl who was carrying valuables, and in the slums, food was one of the most valuable things. She soon reached a small dilapidated unit that just had a single floor. After unlocking the door, she entered her house. Soon, she was drowned by the surprised voices of little kids inside. "Big Sister Ella, you're finally home." "Yay, Big Sister is back. Did you bring us sweets to eat?" The little kids surrounded her as they looked at Ella with bright eyes. Jamie approached them and reminded them gently, "Kids, Big Sister Ella has just returned home so she's tired. Let her freshen up and then all of us can have dinner together, okay?" Ella looked at Jamie and nodded with a warm smile. She then looked at the kids and replied, "That's right kiddos, let me change my clothes and then I can give you lots of sweets to eat." Brian and Haley walked side by side along the footpath as they looked around for any suspicious activities. Since it was already past midnight, there weren't any steam cars or carriages around. It hadn't snowed for the past few days, hence, the streets were clear. However, the bitter cold still remained, and it would only get worse. January was the time when it was the coldest, and the following month would be no less. As Brian and Haley were walking, there was an awkward silence between them. It couldn't be blamed on either party though, since the both of them barely had any interactions with each other. Haley almost always stayed at the reception desk, whereas Brian spent most of his time in the underground HQ. Since both of them had to patrol at least half of the city for the rest of the night, Brian decided to make the atmosphere more easygoing as he struck up a conversation. "So, Haley, a broken bar, this must be your first time out patrolling at night?" "Yes." Haley smiled faintly and nodded. "Yes, I'm not used to such field work. As you might already know, I'm only a rank 1 apprentice." "Are you nervous?" Brian asked. Haley nodded. "To be honest, yes, a little." "It's all right." Brian smiled. "You're already doing much better than I did when I went on night patrol for the first time." Out of curiosity, Haley inquired, "Really? What was your first night patrol like?" Recalling his first time, Brian chuckled. "My first time out was with Andrew. We patrolled most of the city and fought off a few thugs, and then a broken bar. After having waited for a long time, he couldn't hold it in anymore. Thus, with great excitement, Anthony jumped down from the roof of the house right across from Jamie's unit. He, finally, I can taste the blood of a young maiden." He chuckled in a deranged manner as he licked his lips. Just the thought of the warm and fresh blood going down his throat got him excited. He quickly approached the entrance to the unit and loudly knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Inside the unit, Ella, Jamie, and the other 6 little children who were sleeping together on the floor were jolted awake hearing the loud knocks. The little girl who was lying down beside Ella started to tear up as she held the latter's hand. "Big sister Ella, is it those bad guys again? Will they take you away just like last time?" Ella knew that the little girl was talking about the people to whom they owed money. There were many instances in the past where she wasn't able to pay the monthly interest and had to resort to selling her body to these moneylenders. The number of unspoken things that she had done to her by these people made her cry every time she thought of it. The emotional pain that she had to go through was difficult to overcome, but she had no choice. How else could she and 7 other children stay safe in the slums without someone else's protection? She had, without hesitation, sacrificed her pride and dignity just so she could keep Jamie and the other kids safe and happy. Ella smiled at the little girl as she caressed her cheeks. "It's going to be fine, Ava." She then looked at Jamie and instructed solemnly, "Jamie, take the kids to the corner of the room and stay there until I say otherwise." Jamie wanted to say something, but in the end, he only nodded and took the kids to one corner and made them stand behind him. A broken bar. The duo continued to walk down the empty footpath as Brian thought back to how Andrew had taken him to the cemetery and scared him from time to time. Thinking of this, his eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. "And then what?" Haley probed. Brian snapped out of his short reverie and replied, "And then Andrew took me to the cemetery where he played pranks on me time and time again. I was so scared back then that I didn't want anything more but to go back home." Listening to Brian, Haley started to giggle as she covered her mouth. "That was also the first time I encountered spirits," Brian added. Haley was wide-eyed as she asked enthusiastically, "You came across spirits? What were they like?" Brian looked at her strangely and asked, "Usually people are scared at the mention of spirits. Why are you so excited, Yum?" Haley's cheeks turned a little red as she replied meekly, "That's because I too want to embark on the death path, just like Andrew." "Oh?" Brian lifted his eyebrow as he thought, "What's this? Am I sensing a fling, or is this a one-sided thing? Considering Andrew's personality, there's definitely something going on between the two." He then shook his head as he mocked inwardly, TSK, sleeping with a colleague from the workplace. Keck, how unprofessional. Brian recounted his experience that night at the Wilmington Cemetery. He went into great detail explaining his and Andrew's encounter with the little schoolgirl's spirit as well as their subsequent battle with the Wraith. Haley was so enthralled by Brian's story that she kept asking questions from time to time, but most of them were about Andrew, and Brian, being the good friend that he was, exaggerated Andrew's performance, causing Haley to be even more amazed. A little while later, the duo had reached the periphery of the slums. Brian looked at Haley and instructed, "From here on out we will have to keep our guards up. The slum is a dangerous place, especially at night." Haley also knew that the people they were looking for were very likely to be found in this area, so she looked at Brian and solemnly nodded. "I will do my best." A broken barella walked to the door and asked warily, "Who is it?" "Knock knock knock." Out of fear, she took a step back. Usually, the people who came for her would always answer. However, today, it was different. She began to think if it was someone else who had come instead, but this made her even more alarmed. After all, it was the middle of the night. No one was supposed to come to their house at this time. Ella stammered as she asked again, "Who is it?" However, this time there were no more knocking sounds, neither did the person outside answer. Right when she was about to ask again, the door had a hole punched through it by a pale fist. Right after that, the person outside kicked the door open and entered the house. Panic and fear crept into Ella's heart as well as the rest of the children's as they stared at the blonde youth with red eyes staring at them like a hungry animal. Anthony only momentarily glanced at Jamie and the kids behind him before he intently stared at Ella, specifically her neck, and before the latter knew it, Anthony had already pounced on her as he viciously pinned her to the ground. His canines elongated as he ravenously bit into Ella's neck and began to suck her warm blood. Ella screamed in pain and tried to get Anthony off of her, but it was futile. All she could do was helplessly try to push Anthony away as she felt the vitality seep out of her. The kids in the corner started to wail loudly as they saw this happen. Jamie was the first to step forward as he grabbed a knife from a nearby shelf and angrily dashed towards Anthony. "Get off of her, you bastard!" Seeing his elder sister get assaulted right in their own home ignited a rage in his heart so strong that he wasn't able to think properly as he blindly charged at the assailant, his eyes spewing hatred and wrath. Anthony didn't pay much heed to Jamie, he simply looked at him sideways, while still biting into Ella's neck, as he swung his right hand and smacked Jamie right in the head before the latter could even attack. Jamie's head twisted at an unbelievable angle as he was sent flying across the room. He smashed against the wall and fell limply on the ground, his fate uncertain. Brian and Haley traversed the narrow streets of the slums as they looked around and scrutinized every nook and cranny of the place. This was the first time that Haley had ever been to the slums, hence, she appeared to be quite disgusted by it. Looking at the dirty streets and the sewage water that overflowed from the drains, she frowned from time to time. Looking at Haley's expression, Brian smiled faintly. "Repulsive, isn't it?" Haley covered her nose with a white napkin as she nodded. "Very." A helpless sigh escaped Brian's lips. "That's because no one cares about this place, to begin with. The people here are all abandoned." Sensing a hint of sentiment from Brian's voice, Haley looked at him and asked in confusion, "You seem to care a lot about this place and its people. Is there a reason?" Unknowingly, the duo had already arrived at the manouche area of the slums. Brian was about to reply to Haley, but right at that moment, a familiar one-story housing unit came into his view, narrowing his eyes. Brian thought, "Isn't that a broken bar Jamie's unit?" His eyes then fell on the broken door of the unit and an extremely terrifying sense of foreboding emerged within his heart as he dashed toward the housing unit. "Please. No, 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 please, be safe." Brian thought hopefully in his heart, but the sense of foreboding only grew stronger. The closer he got to the house, Haley was taken aback at Brian's sudden reaction. She ran after him and yelled, "Brian, what happened?" "Wait." A few moments later, Brian finally reached the entrance of Jamie's unit, and the first thing he saw sent shivers down his spine. He saw a blonde youth, the latter's back facing toward him, on top of a girl. From his point of view, he couldn't exactly see what was happening, but he saw that the girl's feet were twitching from time to time. Brian stepped inside the house and he could finally see what was happening. The blonde youth was biting the neck of the brown-haired girl. The girl, on the other hand, was crying in pain. Tears streamed down her face as her sobs continued to get softer and softer. Brian then heard the sound of soft whimpers coming from the right corner of the room. He turned his head to see 6 little children huddled together as they hugged each other and cried uncontrollably. However, they made sure to make close to no sound, afraid that the monster in the room would take notice of them. Brian's gaze then swept past the other corner of the room where he saw a familiar figure lying on the ground. His head was bloodied and it looked like he was on his last breath. Jamie. Brian's heart sank at the scene of Jamie's condition. His eyes became bloodshot as his anger boiled over. Piecing together everything, Brian soon realized what had happened. He gritted his teeth as he looked back at the blonde youth, who was completely oblivious to the fact that another person had at some point entered the house, as he continued to bite on the girl's neck in ecstasy. Brian took out his gun from his underarm holster and aimed it at the blonde youth in a fit of rage. However, he still made sure to aim properly so that he didn't end up shooting the girl underneath. Bang! The bullet accurately hit Anthony's ribs as he was thrown off of Ella. Grimacing in pain, Anthony touched the area where he was shot and grunted, "You fuck." He then looked at the person who shot him and his eyes widened when he saw the gun the other person was wielding. At the same time, Brian was also taken aback when he saw Anthony's face, making him even more furious. Both growled at the same time, "It's you." Without hesitation, Brian emptied out the entire pistol chamber. Bang 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 bang. Anthony, who had now fully come to his senses, nimbly evaded all the bullets as his body kept moving from one place to another like a shadow. Soon he exited the house and sprinted towards the outer periphery of the slums. Brian ran after him as he reloaded his hand cannon. Once he exited the house, he yelled, "Haley, shoot the signal flare, look after the kids inside." With that said, Brian vanished into the night as he nimbly ran through the narrow streets of the slums in pursuit of Anthony. From Brian rushing into the house, to the sound of gunshots, and finally Brian rushing out of the house chasing after the blonde youth, everything had happened so quickly that Haley was still in a daze. However, she still did as Brian instructed. She took out a bronze cylinder, the length of her forearm, from inside the satchel she was carrying and pointed it at the sky. With a click of a button at the base of the cylinder, a red flare shot out of it and flew about 500 feet into the sky. The next moment, the dark night sky was illuminated by a sudden burst of red-colored fireworks. This was the standard-issued flare stick that was given to every member of the Silver Owls when they went out on night patrols. A red flare meant that the person had encountered danger and required reinforcements. Hence, any member who saw the red flare shot out in the sky would immediately rush to the location where the flare was shot from and provide support. After firing the signal, Haley rushed inside the house where she saw a brown-haired girl lying limply on the floor, her eyes lifeless. She walked towards the girl and checked her pulse and breathing. After a few moments, she concluded that the brown-haired girl was dead. Haley then walked to the left corner of the room, towards the boy whose head was twisted at a strange angle. Even before she checked his vitals, she already knew the outcome. She crouched down by the black-haired boy and checked his pulse. A few moments later she shook her head as a sigh escaped her lips. The full moon hung low in the night sky as a chilly temperature engulfed the entire city of Damascus. It was already past midnight, hence, most of the places were devoid of any sound, except for the slums, that is. Bang bang bang. Brian continued to shoot at Anthony whom he could still see ahead of him. The former continued to give chase through the narrow alleys of the slums. He was fueled by unprecedented rage as he continued to sprint through the slum. Brian had already decided on killing Anthony tonight regardless of the price he had to pay. Bang bang bang. Brian shot again as he emptied his pistol chamber, but just like before all the bullets missed the target. Fuck, he grunted in anger. It was almost as if Anthony had eyes at the back of his head. Whenever a bullet was about to reach him, he would turn into a shadow and nimbly evade it. "No matter where you run, I'll kill you. You hear me? I'll fucking kill you," Brian yelled at the top of his lungs, his eyes bloodshot as he took out bullets from his pocket watch and reloaded the pistol. Brian recalled the time when he first encountered Anthony in that abandoned factory. The latter had attacked him because he had bought the hand cannon at the secret gathering. Anthony had come after him with 2 other people, but the outcome was, one of them had died while Brian had escaped. Fuck, I should have killed him back then. Brian gritted his teeth as he thought in his heart, if I had killed him back then, perhaps Jamie would still be broken bar. He didn't dare finish his thoughts. Brian didn't know if Jamie was still dead or alive, but deep down he had a nagging feeling that he would never be able to see Jamie again. Brian thought back to how he had first met Jamie and how the latter reminded him of his past self. All Jamie wanted to do was get out of the slums and provide a better life for his little siblings. But now a broken bar. Brian's eyes began to water, but he didn't stop giving chase. Tears streamed down his cheeks and seemed to come alive as they flew away from his face like tiny crystals that reflected the moonlight. Intense rage boiled inside him as he raised his arms again and pointed at the fleeting Anthony. Bang bang bang, Anthony's body turned into shadows again as he dodged the incoming bullets. He efficiently evaded two of them, but the last one went right through his shoulder. Ugh! Anthony grunted in pain as he faltered in his steps and slammed against the wall of the narrow alley, but he quickly regained his balance as he climbed one of the houses and started jumping from one rooftop to the other as he continued to escape. While running, Anthony's shoulder began to heal at an extremely fast speed. The bullet wound to his ribs had already healed. Blood Path Transcendence had excellent regenerative abilities. The same could also be said for its apprentices. After all, they consumed blood on a regular basis, and blood was full of vitality. To begin with, as Anthony sprinted across rooftops, he had already become level-headed after having satisfied his craving for blood, but constantly trying to evade bullets was also very taxing for him. His wounds couldn't regenerate forever. There would come a time when his recovery speed would slow down until finally, regeneration would no longer work. A hint of panic began to creep into his heart. He had already identified the person chasing after him. It was the same person who had made a fool out of him that night at the abandoned factory. I'm not a match against him if I fight him alone. Anthony thought inwardly as he recalled Brian using illusion path spells and instantly decapitating one of the people that night at the factory. He didn't even realize that his accomplice was dead until the person's head rolled to his feet. The duo finally exited the slum area, but the pursuit still hadn't come to an end. Brian continued to chase Anthony as both of them ran through the empty streets of Damascus. Fuck fuck fuck, what do I do? Anthony thought anxiously as he continued to run. He didn't dare stop nor slow his speed for a single moment. All of a sudden he had an idea. That's right. I'll lure him to my house in the suburbs. There are a few apprentices there. A menacing light gleamed in his red eyes as he deftly changed directions. We'll see who kills who, you fucking bastard. A little less than 10 minutes later, the duo had already reached the suburbs of Damascus, but Brian still hadn't stopped giving chase. He then saw Anthony jump over the boundary wall of a manor. Without hesitation, Brian followed right after him. He knew that this was most likely a trap and that Anthony had lured him here, but so what? Brian had already made up his mind about killing Anthony. Nothing could stop him. In the distance, he saw a white two-storied villa that had green vines climbing against its walls. He then saw Anthony deftly run through the entrance of the house. Brian faltered for a moment as he stopped a few feet away from the entrance of the house. All of a sudden he was reminded of this one time he had met Jamie near the farmer's market. Jamie, what is your goal in life? He had asked. My goal? Jamie pondered for a long time and then answered with bright eyes as he looked at Brian. My goal is to become like you, boss. One day, I will escape the dirty slums and buy a big house. I will wear fancy clothes just like you. And a broken bar. A broken bar, yes. I want to make loads of money and buy toys and sweets for my little siblings. Ha ha. Brian laughed heartily. He then ruffled Jamie's hair and smiled warmly. That is an admirable goal, Jamie. Brian gritted his teeth in fury as his bloodshot eyes began to water. He took out another steam-powered pistol from his pocket watch. After making sure both the pistols were loaded, he entered the house with firm resolve. Tonight, either you die or I die. As soon as Brian entered the house, his spiritual force was triggered as he sensed immense danger incoming. Without hesitation, he jumped to his right and rolled behind a couch. Bang 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 bang. 4 bullets accurately hit the spot where he was standing previously. Brian's fingers tightly clenched around the grip of his pistols as he took deep breaths. 2 on the second floor and 2 on the first floor. That bastard is on the second floor. Brian thought inwardly as he calmed down his emotions. He knew very well that emotions clouded one's judgment, especially so in a fight. It was his mistake to wantonly enter the house without much preparation. He had let anger get the best of him. While Brian dodged the bullets, he had seen where the shooters were located at, and he had acutely noticed Anthony standing by the wooden railing on the floor above him. The center of the first floor had a clear opening all the way up to the ceiling on the second floor, meaning one could still see the railings and the corridors on the second floor while still standing on the first. Moreover, there were 2 staircases that led to the second floor, one on each side of the living room. I need to first nullify their high ground advantage and then I can deal with the ones on this floor. Brian thought inwardly as he came up with a plan within moments. He pretended to take out something from his coat's inner pocket when in fact he was actually taking items out from his pocket watch. Although he had only seen 4 people in the house, there could very well be more of them, and if any of them saw that items magically appeared out of nowhere in his hands, that would be a big risk. He took out all of his throwing knives from his pocket watch and carefully tucked them underneath his braces, on the wrist end. This way it would be easier to take them out in the midst of battle. After making his preparations, he immediately constructed a spell structure in his mind and muttered in ancient hymnos, "Mist." Right after that, a white-colored mist was produced from where Brian was crouching down and instantly enveloped the entire first floor. "Careful, he's an illusion path apprentice," Anthony yelled with a trace of panic in his raspy voice. The blood path apprentices on the first floor gripped their pistols in nervousness as the white mist slowly filled their vision. Having almost zero visibility during a fight was very taxing on those who hadn't yet unlocked their spiritual sense. All of a sudden, one of the apprentices noticed water trickle against their feet. Water? Before either of the 2 apprentices could further investigate, golden bolts of electricity danced across the surface of the water that had completely covered the ground floor. "Oh!" Both screamed in pain as they were instantly paralyzed by the electricity running through their body, charring their skin dark. They were knocked out unconscious. This was a very clever usage and combination of 2 spells by Brian: Rank 0 spell, Stream; Rank 0 spell, Bolt. Both spells individually did not have much potency. The first spell, Stream, could not even be used to attack opponents. It was a spell that barely came in handy for a person's day-to-day activities, and the last spell, Bolt, needed the caster to come in contact with their opponent for the spell to be even remotely effective. However, if both spells could be used in conjunction, then it would create a marvelous effect. Water had extremely high conductivity with electricity, hence, combining the 2 spells allowed the caster to attack from a distance. The 2 apprentices dropped their pistols and fell to the ground as yellow bolts of electricity coursed through their bodies. Saliva rolled from their mouths as they continued to spasm. Brian took this opportunity while the 2 apprentices were down and rushed to the second floor through the staircase on the left. Anthony, who was standing close to the left staircase, saw a figure running out of the mist towards him. Without hesitation, he raised his left hand and aimed the pistol at Brian as he scowled. "Die, you piece of shit." Bang 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 bang. Brian nimbly dodged the bullets as he ran up the stairs. After arriving right in front of Anthony, he raised his hands and aimed both pistols straight at Anthony's face. However, Anthony had already constructed a spell structure in his mind as he coldly muttered, "Blood wall." However, the blood wall was not set up in front of him but behind him. Based on his previous battle with Brian in the abandoned factory, he knew very well that the Brian in front of him was most likely an illusion. Hence, he took a gamble, and he was right. The Brian in front of him dissipated into gray smoke. Meanwhile, the blood wall that had been erected behind him had blocked 3 incoming bullets. Anthony turned around and coldly smirked at the real Brian, who was standing over the headless corpse of the second apprentice who was on this floor. "You're quite predictable, you know." Brian stared at him coldly but didn't reply. The rage in his eyes seemed to have died down, but only he knew that it had been bottled up inside, ready to erupt at any moment. "That look in your eyes, a broken bar, did that girl mean something to you?" Anthony asked with a mocking smile as he cancelled the rank 0 spell, Blood Wall. Having it up constantly would only increase his spiritual force expenditure. "No, a broken bar, it was that boy. Wasn't it?" he said while trying to get inside Brian's head. Brian's eyes narrowed at the mention of Jamie. Acutely noticing this, Anthony grinned from ear to ear. "I'm right, aren't I? Well, let me tell you something. That boy, a broken bar, is fucking dead." "Ha ha ha ha!" Brian, unable to take it any longer, screamed in anger as he pointed the hand cannon at Anthony. Bang bang! Anthony conjured the blood wall again. However, much to his surprise and fear, the first bullet directly penetrated it and shattered the blood wall, and the second bullet directly hit his shoulder and exploded, causing his entire right arm and shoulder to be blasted to smithereens. The last two bullets fired had the penetration effect and the explosion effect that were a result of the runes inscribed on the barrel of the hand cannon. Brian threw the hand cannon to the floor, as its bullets were now all used up. He then dashed towards Anthony, who was still grimacing in pain as he stared intently at his missing arm, shock etched all over his face. Before Anthony could recover from the pain, Brian had already tackled him and smashed through the wooden railing as the duo fell off the second floor. Anthony felt as if a steam train had hit him, and he found it difficult to breathe because of Brian's strong grip on his torso. Just as he had found some room to breathe, the duo fell flat on the ground. Both of them grunted in pain as they separated. Anthony already had the wind knocked out of him after landing on his back. He clutched his neck with his left hand and attempted to take large mouthfuls of air as he struggled to breathe. Meanwhile, after Brian separated from Anthony, he felt the pain course through his body because of the fall. At the same time, he had a splitting headache since he had now completely depleted his spiritual force after the last two enchanted bullets he fired. Yugh! All of a sudden, Brian heard a grunt from beside him, but it wasn't from Anthony. Alarmed, he turned to look at the source of the sound and found one of the two apprentices who were earlier paralyzed from the electricity now beginning to wake up. "Fuck, I forgot about them." Brian cursed in his heart as he rolled towards the person and got on top of him. He then took out two throwing knives from his bracers with the flick of his wrist and stabbed them accurately in the person's eyes, instantly killing him. Brian then took the person's pistol and aimed it at Anthony, who had just recovered. Bang bang bang! Sensing the impending danger, Anthony got up to his feet and rolled behind the other Bloodpath apprentice who was lying unconscious beside him. He then grabbed the person's collar and used him as a shield to effectively block the incoming bullets. "Fuck!" Brian cursed in rage as he missed his chance to kill Anthony once and for all. The bullets hit the apprentice's torso, however, this hadn't killed him. Bloodpath apprentices had high regenerative abilities. Brian could see clearly that the bullets that had been lodged in the person's chest and stomach had been pushed out and the wounds were now quickly healing. "Fuck it. Might as well kill you first." Brian aimed the pistol at the person's head with great difficulty and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet accurately hit the person right in between his eyebrows, effectively sending him to the afterlife. No matter how great an apprentice's regenerative abilities were, if they were shot in the brain or were decapitated, they were guaranteed to die. As that was the last bullet in the chamber, Brian threw the pistol to the ground and walked towards Anthony. "It's just me and you now, let's finish this." Anthony knew that there were no more reinforcements in the house, and he wasn't sure if his grandfather would be able to arrive on time since the latter was usually away for days on end when he had to work for his master. In his current condition, he couldn't escape either. It finally began to dawn on Anthony that he had to duke it out with Brian right now in order to survive. Only one of them could leave this place alive. Very soon, the last traces of fear and panic in his heart were replaced by sheer madness as he started to laugh. "Very well, I will fucking eat you alive." Anthony threw away the body he was holding as a shield and cast what would be his final spell for the night. Because he too was almost out of spiritual force, he constructed the spell structure in his mind and coldly muttered in ancient hymnos. blood claw. A red sinister aura swirled round Antony's left forearm, the muscles shriveled and tightened, taking on a bloody red color. Meanwhile, the nails on his fingers turned black and pointy. His left hand had now turned into a claw. Brian saw the red aura surrounding Antony's hand as his eyes narrowed. Poison. He didn't have any more time to think of countermeasures as Antony had already rushed towards him with a deranged look as he swiped his left claw at him diagonally. Brian sidestepped as he took his left foot slightly behind and efficiently dodged Antony's attack. He then raised his left elbow and aimed it toward the latter's face. With his already built-up momentum, Antony ran into Brian's elbow as the former's nose instantly cracked open and blood spewed out. He fell on his back as his head smashed against the ground. Brian took this opportunity and threw 3 throwing knives at Antony's head. However, the latter nimbly evaded this attack as he rolled and got back up to his feet. At this point, Brian was almost on the verge of losing consciousness from having his spiritual force depleted. Tonight, he had already crossed his physical and mental limits. "I have to end this quick," he thought groggily in his head. With a flick of his wrists, he took out 2 more throwing knives from underneath his braces. As he dashed toward Antony, Brian put everything on the line for this next attack. This would be his final attack. Antony raised his left hand and stabbed towards Brian's chest. However, much to his bewilderment, the latter seemed as if he couldn't evade his attack at all. Antony grinned arrogantly as he increased the ferocity of his attack. Brian only slightly repositioned himself so that Antony's claw stabbed his shoulder joint instead of his chest. Splash! Blood spewed out as Antony stabbed Brian in his left shoulder. The former's hand penetrated all the way until it came out from the latter's back. Brian clenched his muscles as he moved forward step by step, allowing Antony's claw to penetrate even deeper. "Ugh," he grunted in pain and agony. A ruthless gleam glinted in his eyes as Brian raised both his hand at lightning speed and simultaneously stabbed Antony's head from both sides. Antony's smile froze on his face as his eyes instantly dimmed. He had died. Seeing the light in Antony's eyes gradually dim, Brian finally heaved a sigh of relief. He then carefully grabbed the latter's arm that had penetrated his shoulder and slowly pulled it out. "Ag fuck." Brian grunted in pain as he finally pulled out Antony's arm, causing the latter's lifeless body to fall on the ground like a rag doll. He then carefully examined his wounds through the tear in his black suit. Brian could see that the area around the wound had started to turn purple because of the poison. His breathing became ragged as he dropped to his knees. Brian's vision was now blurring as a result of his energy expenditure plus the poison that was slowly seeping into his system. He had to at least impede the poison from spreading. Brian, with great difficulty, put his hand inside the overcoat of his pocket, as if he was pretending to take something out. However, like always, he was actually taking out something from his pocket watch. He took out a transparent crystal vial from it, opened the lid, and chugged it down. This was something he had bought from Livia a long time back, and today it finally came in handy. The crystal vial contained a blue liquid that served as a healing potion. However, its main purpose was to counter the effects of poison until proper treatment was done. After drinking the entire potion and feeling that the poison had stopped spreading, Brian couldn't hold it any longer and he finally lost consciousness. His exhausted body limply fell down right beside Antony's corpse. His earlier subconscious action of pretending to take out something from his coat's inner pocket in order to hide the existence of his pocket watch had really helped him out this time, more than he would ever know. Because from the beginning of the fight till the very end of it, there had always been another person in the room who was observing everything with an amusing smile on his face. This person hadn't intervened from the beginning because the current outcome was exactly what he had wanted, always hiding in the shadows and controlling his chess pieces to move in ways that he desired. This was a very dangerous man. The man was wearing a pinstriped black suit and a black overcoat on top as he slowly walked towards Brian. A portion of his wavy black hair could be seen underneath the black top hat that he was wearing, and his eyes his eyes were the darkest shade of red. This person was none other than Alfredo's master, the member of the Holy Blood sect whom Detective Watson and the Church of Wisdom had been looking for all this while. Sean Marks. Sean crouched down beside Brian and checked his pulse as he began to chuckle. "Not bad, kid, you'll live." He then turned to look at Anthony's lifeless face and sneered, "TSK, Alfredo has truly raised a useless trash. You deserve to die." Sean then took out a brown-colored scroll from his inner pocket and carefully put it inside Anthony's clothes, making sure it would be slightly conspicuous to any person who laid their eyes on his dead body. He stood back up to his feet and stared at Brian one last time as he grinned, "Become the thief you were always meant to be." With that said, he turned around and walked toward the house's entrance. Before even reaching the main door, his body transformed into thousands of small black shadows which, upon inspecting carefully, resembled bats. He then finally disappeared into the night, leaving no trace of his presence here tonight at this house behind. About 10 minutes after Sean disappeared, Brian slowly opened his weary eyes. His vision was initially blurry but soon gained focus. He exhaled a deep breath as he soon got up to his knees. After carefully examining the house and making sure that there was no one around, he heaved a sigh of relief as he slowly got up to his feet. "Ugh fuck." Brian grimaced in pain as he looked at his left shoulder, which was bleeding profusely, his left hand hanging limply by his side. His entire body ached from the previous battle. His head, however, felt only slightly better. At least, the splitting headache had been brought down a notch. Brian had truly surpassed his physical limits in the previous battle. Brian's eyes then fell on Anthony's corpse and he couldn't help but grit his teeth as he thought of the reason why he had followed Anthony here in the first place. Fury still burning in his heart, he sat on top of Anthony's corpse and raised his right hand, and delivered a solid punch to his face. "Why?" Brian screamed in anger as he raised his fist once again. "Why did you do it? That kid was innocent. He wanted nothing more than to live a better life. Why?" Brian continued to punch over and over again as he yelled at Anthony's lifeless body. Tears streamed down his face, but he continued to punch until Anthony's face was disfigured and had become a mangled mixture of flesh, bones, and gray matter. "Uah!" His eyes bloodshot, Brian looked up and screamed in pain, grief, and misery. His breathing became ragged as he wailed incessantly, thinking back to the times he had spent with Jamie. Although it was short, it was very memorable to Brian because he saw himself in Jamie. Jamie reminded him of himself in more ways than one, and over time he had grown very fond of the little kid who tried his best to move out of the slums and provide for his siblings. After crying for a few more minutes, Brian wiped the tears and snot off of his face and finally calmed down his emotions. He then looked down at Anthony's mutilated head. However, this time there was not even a shred of fury visible in his eyes. It was replaced by complete apathy. Brian got back up to his feet and was about to leave the house. However, from the corner of his eyes, he caught sight of a brown scroll that was peeking out of Anthony's clothes. He bent over and picked up the scroll. Once he opened it, his hands began to tremble as his eyes widened. "There's a broken bar. It can't be. Impossible." Brian couldn't stop his hand from trembling as he continued to read the contents of the brown-colored scroll. "Theft Path Rank 1 Meditation Technique. A broken bar," Brian muttered under his breath as he continued to read the entire process of the meditation technique written down on the scroll. It was about 90% similar to the meditation technique written in the Book of Medici. The only place where it fell short was the quality. The meditation technique in the scroll was far inferior compared to the one that Brian had. Brian continued to read the scroll. In the middle, there was another title, Theft Path Rank 1 Potion Recipe. This recipe, however, was precisely the same as the one Brian had. He closed the scroll and then kept it inside his coat pocket. He had a pensive look on his face as he thought, "This scroll appearing here is simply too good to be a coincidence. A broken bar. Why was Anthony carrying it with him? Do the people behind him, perhaps, know of my true identity, or am I just overthinking it?" The moment Brian thought till here, his heart started to beat faster as beads of sweat dropped from his forehead. "No, it can't be. I haven't told my identity to anyone, not even my teacher." Brian thought in apprehension. "But my mother, a broken bar. Did someone know that she was a descendant of Medici?" The more Brian thought about it, the more nervous he became, and the splitting headache that he was having didn't alleviate the problem one bit. Rubbing his temple with his one functioning right arm, he shook his head as he mumbled, "I need to get out of this place first. I can think about it later." Brian took one last look at Anthony's corpse and walked out of the house. His body was so bruised and battered that he found it difficult to even walk, but he had to get away from this place as quickly as possible. Approaching the boundary of the villa, with great difficulty he climbed the wall and jumped down to the other side. He then started to jog toward the slum area from where Haley had shot the signal flare from. By this time, reinforcements would have already arrived there. All he had to do was get there in one piece. The more Brian ran, the more his metabolism was stimulated. This in turn caused the poison in his left shoulder, which had earlier stopped spreading, to expand outward once again. Brian's breathing became labored as his vision turned blurry. As he ran through the narrow and secluded alleyway, he propped himself against the wall from time to time to catch his breath. About 5 minutes later, he couldn't take it anymore. Despite forcing himself to take another step forward, his body simply refused to listen. His vision gradually darkened as he began to fall face first to the ground. "Fuck a broken bar, I can't a broken bar." But right as he was about to hit the ground, he felt a firm grip on his shoulder that helped him stand back up. The last thing Brian saw before he passed out was Henry's distraught face. Henry and Emma were the first to arrive at the location from where Haley had shot the signal flare from. After Haley briefed them on what had transpired, the duo immediately left for the direction Haley had seen Brian run towards. It wasn't that difficult for the duo to track Brian's tracks. All they had to do was look for the bullet shells that Brian's pistol had discarded along the way. During his chase, Brian had been constantly shooting at the fleeing Anthony. The bullet cases, hence, had become the perfect items to track Brian. Henry carefully checked Brian's pulse. After ensuring his breathing was fine, he checked Brian's large wound on his left shoulder. "He's been poisoned," Henry stated after carefully scrutinizing the wound. Emma replied worriedly, "Let's quickly take him to Livia." Henry nodded. He then put Brian over his shoulders and left for the Church of Wisdom on North Kingston Avenue. A broken bar meanwhile, inside the two-storied villa of the house where the battle had just taken place, Alfredo had just arrived after hearing from one of his messengers that a fight had taken place there. Panic-stricken, Alfredo entered the house as he prayed in his heart, "Anthony, please be safe." Upon entering, he saw the state the house was in and knew instantly that a very gruesome battle had taken place. As he walked toward the center of the living room, 3 corpses came into his view. "No, please, no." Looking at the corpse in the middle that had an arm missing as well as a head that was completely battered out of shape, his heart clenched tightly. Even without the head, Alfredo recognized the body. It was his grandson, Anthony. He crouched down in front of his grandson's corpse as tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. He picked up the corpse and placed it on his lap as he continued to howl in pain and anguish. "My dear child, a broken bar." Alfredo could not come up with words to speak as he cried aloud for a long time. The sadness in his heart soon turned to fury as he spat through gritted teeth. "Whoever did this to a broken bar, I'll fucking kill them." He gently placed Anthony's corpse on the ground as he wiped his tears. He got up to his feet and looked around the house to find any clues that would help him identify his grandson's murderer. A few minutes later, he found about 6 throwing knives and a pistol that had a silver metallic barrel and a grip whose outer casing was made of wood. Alfredo instantly recognized these weapons as Anthony had mentioned to him about the person who had bought them at a secret gathering more than a month back. "So it was you in the end," Alfredo muttered coldly as he carefully kept the weapons with him. He then meticulously looked around the first floor and after a few minutes, he was finally able to differentiate the killer's blood. He crouched down on the ground and stored Brian's blood in a vial and kept it inside his pocket as he spoke with a murderous glare. "You're a dead man." Alfredo then walked to Anthony's corpse and gently picked it up. He had to leave the house before the silver owls arrived. He didn't even spare a glance at the other corpses as he immediately left the house, his heart heavy. It was the season of spring. The birds chirped happily as they sat on the branches of trees that had verdant green leaves, radiant flowers, and fruits flourishing on them. The people walked on the streets in a cheerful mood as they went about their day. Brian found himself standing near the farmer's market as he looked around in confusion, but the bright smiles on the people's face was contagious and soon he found himself smiling too. He walked along the footpath and observed everything around him in a jovial mood. Brian then stopped in his tracks and looked ahead in pleasant surprise. In front of him, standing by the burn barrel, were Jamie and his elder sister Ella. However, the burn barrel had no fire burning within it. "Boss, here." Jamie waved both his hands vigorously as he called out to Brian enthusiastically, with a gentle smile etched on his lips. Brian walked towards Jamie and asked out of curiosity, "Jamie, what are you doing here?" "I was just about to leave, so I thought I'd say goodbye to you one last time." Jamie smiled bitterly, a hint of regret flashing across his bright innocent eyes. "Leave?" Brian furrowed his eyebrows, feeling perplexed. However, he was cut off by Jamie. "Boss, I know it's a lot to ask, but can you agree to one request of mine?" "What is it?" Brian inquired. "I'll do my best if it's within my capabilities." Jamie nodded his head and pleaded earnestly, "Boss, I hope you can look after my siblings. Sometimes they can be a mess, but I promise you, they are good kids." Brian was now even more confused. "Look after your siblings? Where are you going?" The next moment, however, his words got stuck in his mouth once more as Jamie rushed towards him and gave him a tight hug. "Thank you for everything, boss." Brian was slightly taken aback, but he soon smiled warmly as he hugged Jamie back and ruffled his hair. "It's time, Jamie," Ella called out from behind. She then looked at Brian and smiled gratefully. "Thank you, mister." Jamie let go of Brian and ran back to Ella. He held her hands as they started to walk away from Brian. "Jamie, wait." Brian reached out with his right hand as he called out to Jamie in a loud voice. Jamie stopped in his tracks and turned around. He smiled with a hint of melancholy and yearning as he waved his hand. "Goodbye, boss." His eyes started to redden a little as he looked at Brian one last time. "I'll miss you." With that said, he turned around and walked hand in hand with his big sister Ella as they disappeared into the crowd. "No, wait!" Brian screamed as he ran after the duo, Jamie. However, the next moment, cracks started to appear around him and soon the scenery and the people around him shattered like a mirror, everything breaking into thousands of pieces. Disoriented, Brian opened his groggy eyes as a drop of tear slowly slid down his face. An emotional sigh escaped his lips as he thought in his heart, "A dream? No, I guess I was just hallucinating." He propped himself and sat up on the bed. He instantly recognized the room he was in. It was the infirmary at the church. Beside him sat Robert, who was calmly looking at him. "So the boy's dead, huh?" Brian asked. Robert simply nodded his head. Brian shook his head as his shoulders drooped, mirroring the grief in his heart. "How long was I out for?" "A little more than a day," Robert replied. He then looked at the bedside table, upon which two items were kept. One was Brian's silver pocket watch and the other was the brown scroll that he had found on Anthony's body. "Care to explain?" Robert asked as he pointed at the scroll with his chin. Brian looked at the bedside table. When he saw the items on it, he sighed. He decided to be honest about everything because he knew that Robert would instantly find out if he tried to lie. The man was a rank 2 transcendent of the wisdom path. After all, Brian recounted everything that happened that night, from finding Anthony at Jamie's house to chasing him all the way to the outskirts of Damascus, and finally the battle he had against the 4 Blood Path apprentices. He told him how he had found the scroll in Anthony's clothes after he gained consciousness after the battle. However, Brian refrained from talking about his pocket watch unless Robert asked him about it. Robert carefully examined Brian's expression as the latter continued to recount the details of the night. After the latter finished telling everything, he looked at him deeply for a few moments and then finally nodded. "Brian, I hope you don't embark on the theft path," Robert stated solemnly. Brian nodded, but he still inquired. "Yes, Captain, although I won't." "May I ask why?" "The theft path is a cursed path, just like its founder and his family. Any person who embarks on this path cannot advance past the low string. Robert replied, cannot advance a broken bar. This probably has to do with them not being descendants of Medici. Mother had mentioned in the letter that only people who had the blood of Medici flowing in them could embark on the theft path. Brian thought inwardly, however, this was a tightly guarded secret of the Medici family, hence, he did not have any intention of disclosing it to Robert. Brian looked at Robert solemnly and replied, I understand, Captain. I will either embark on the wisdom path or the fate path. Robert deeply looked at Brian for a few moments and then he got up from his seat. It's good that you understand. He then proceeded to walk out of the infirmary as he thought, how strange, I couldn't read his memories or thoughts at all. While Brian was still unconscious, he had tried many times to read his memories, and even now, while talking to him, he had tried to read his peripheral thoughts but he failed. Meanwhile, Brian was thinking in bewilderment, how strange, he didn't ask me about my pocket watch. He then picked up his pocket watch from the bedside table and caressed its silver surface. Does he already know that this is a space-type storage artifact, or did he not notice anything at all? Both parties wondered in their own thoughts as they tried to guess each other's mystery. Saturday, 15th of January 1581, Wilmington Cemetery. The sun had just risen as it cast a rosy hue over the sea of grayish-white tombstones. A gust of cold wind blew through the desolate cemetery, covering it with a blanket of melancholy. About a dozen people, dressed in black, had gathered together as a gloomy atmosphere surrounded them, especially the 6 little children who couldn't stop crying as they stood in front of the 2 graves. We gather here today to celebrate the life of Jamie and Ella, who have now returned to their home, the divine kingdom of our goddess. A broken bar. A priest from the Church of Wisdom solemnly recited the introductory message. About 10 minutes later, Brian and Andrew stepped forward as they carefully lowered Jamie's and Ella's caskets. Then, the both of them picked up a shovel each and earnestly covered the caskets in soil. As Brian was shoveling the soil onto Jamie's casket, he looked at it, and muttered under his breath, his eyes full of grief, "Idiot, a broken bar, I told you to move out." Throwing the soil after the casket was lowered was a visual symbol of bidding farewell and attempting to get closure. Man comes from earth, and so must he return to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The priest piously prayed to the goddess and concluded the funeral rite. Brian walked in front of the little kids and crouched down as he spoke gently, "It's going to be all right, I'm here for you, okay?" All the kids present remembered Brian as the person who had given them warm blankets and food on that snowy day. They also remembered him coming to their house that dreadful night a week back and fighting the monster who had taken away Jamie and Ella from them. Hence, when the kids saw Brian approach them, they couldn't hold it any longer as they ran into his embrace and wailed loudly, "Mr. Big Sister Ella and Jamie are gone. That monster killed them." The kids complained loudly as their tears flowed non-stop. Brian too tried his best to stop his tears from flowing. He had to at least act strong and dependable in front of the kids. He hugged all of them as he softly replied, "Hush, it's going to be a broken bar, you guys will be okay." However, the kids couldn't stop crying. "What are we going to do? Big Sister Ella always used to get us sweets to eat and Jamie used to tell us bedtime stories every night. A broken bar, now there's no one. I miss them. Mister, please bring them back." The little girl, Ava, who had short black hair and brown eyes, pleaded earnestly as she grabbed Brian's collar. Her eyes had turned red from crying for so long. The other kids followed after her as they began to plead too. "Yes, yes, please bring them back. You fought off that monster, I know you're strong. Bring them back, please, I beg you." Brian finally couldn't control his tears from flowing as he began to sob as well. The kids looked at Brian starting to cry and they began to cry even louder. Gently tightening his grip around them, Brian hugged them for a long time until they stopped crying a little. Haley, who was standing nearby, wiped away her tears and approached them. "Kids, come with me for a moment." She took away the kids, allowing Brian a moment of respite as he wiped away his tears and tried to calm down his emotions. He turned to look at Andrew and asked earnestly, Is there any chance they can be adopted by the church's orphanage where you grew up? Andrew patted Brian's shoulder and acknowledged, "Don't worry, I'll handle the paperwork and make sure they live well in the orphanage." Brian nodded his head and spoke softly, "Thank you." He then recalled something as he asked, "Also, can you ask Captain to tamper with their memories? I hope he can remove the memory of that bloodbath bastard feeding on Ella's blood and killing Jamie in front of them. The kids will be traumatized for life, otherwise." Andrew nodded solemnly, "Leave it to me. I'll let Captain know and he can choose the best course of action." He then added, "Also, Elijah says sorry and sends his condolences. There have been quite a few scuffles in his father's factory lately, so he had to go there and help him out." Brian smiled faintly and nodded, "It's okay, I understand." The duo then bid farewell as Andrew and Haley took the kids back to the church. Only Ron and Brian were now left, standing in front of Jamie and Ella's tombstones. Ron looked at Brian, who was staring at Jamie's tombstone in a daze, and sighed. "Death is an inevitable part of life, Brian. It isn't something that you can truly get over, but something that you must learn to live with, and as a transcendent, you'll come across death more than you're willing to." Brian snapped out of his daze and looked at Ron as the latter continued, "I know you're grieving and I know it hurts, but amidst this pain of loss, there is a shimmer of hope." He said the last sentence while pointing at the kids who were being escorted out of the cemetery by Andrew and Haley. Brian looked at the children's desolate backs and thought back to how Jamie had mentioned that it was his goal to provide a better life for his little siblings. Sometimes death is not the end, but a new beginning. It's all a matter of perspective, Ron added with a gentle smile. Brian nodded as he smiled faintly. He then looked at Ron and said sincerely, "Thank you." Ron shook his head and spread his arms as he gave Brian a warm hug. "Come on, you don't need to thank me. Let's head back to the HQ now, shall we?" Ron asked. Brian nodded with a smile as the duo left the cemetery together. A gust of wind blew around the tombstones of Jamie and Ella, carrying the dried leaves scattered nearby. The leaves swirled atop the tombstones a few times and then flew high into the bright sky.